Good morning, everybody. My name's Ray Douglas, and here we have the Momentum Conference. And either up there or to the right of me, depending on how you look at it, we have my co-producers and colleagues. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Milka Fisiha.
Hi, guys. My name is Ernest Piri.
Okay, and this is the Momentum Conference. Now, for those of you who've been following our work on the Equal Equity Programme, we are committed to changing some of the, not just the narratives, but some of the outcomes of BAME, Black, Asian, minority ethnic, and that's a political word, and we all know we don't subscribe to it, but we're going to use it as for semantics today. Changing the narrative, not just in other sectors and looking at others, but in this sector as a youth sector. And it's been a journey, and it's born out of what most people saw and witnessed over the last 12 months, which was the tipping point of George Floyd. It's been definitely a learning process, but it's also been a growth process. So I'm really pleased to be co-hosting this conference today. And we have a great lineup of speakers throughout the day. And I'm not just saying that. And we've purposely picked out these individuals because they sit in different spaces within youth work. So first of all, we have Leigh Middleton, who's the CEO of NYA, our partners in today's conference. Then we also have Lateef, who works around diversity and inclusion. We have Kofi from the Urban MBA. We have the Resole project. So as you can see, we have different practitioners and people who sit in different spaces in this important conversation. So Milka, how you been today?
I'm good. I've been really looking forward to the day. I think there's been so much groundwork that we've been doing towards this. I'm really excited to hear from all the speakers and bring people together to have a conversation about racial equity and what that means in the youth sector. So I'm really excited. Excellent.
Aaron, I'm going to tell you something. You're the youngest on the team. You know that already.
Yeah. I'm aware of that.
But tell the people who you are and what Aaron does apart from looking amazing.
My name's, as mentioned before, my name's Ernest Piri. I actually have a modeling background in modeling. That's my main bread and butter, really. But yeah, that's about it for me.
Okay. And if you're recruiting any older models, like the older, I'm gonna as a little side grind, let me know.
I'll give you a shout.
Thank you. So we're going to kick off today. I'm going to introduce and bring into the space, and I'm going to catch up with you two later on in the conference. Okay. I'm going to bring in Leigh from the NYA.
Hi, Ray.
Hi, good morning. How are we doing?
I'm good. Can you see me?
I can't see you. We will be able to see you shortly, though. So Leigh is, well, he doesn't need to tell you most of you will know who Leigh is. Leigh is the CEO of the NYA, who are our co-partners and co-facilitators in the Equal Equity Programme. And while Leigh comes in, I just want to give you a bit of backstory. So post George Floyd, the tragedy, the murder, where the whole world was sat at home watching what happened. As we saw, most sectors mobilized around how to respond to the whole conversation of racial equity, racial justice, whatever you want to call it. The NYA reached out to myself and our team and said, look, we want to do something. We're passionate about doing something, but we don't want to just be performative. And the interesting thing about it was we saw what was happening with PG Tips, and we saw what was happening with all these other organizations who were essentially, doing something. But one of the differences in terms of the youth sector is that youth work, as you all know, is built upon anti-oppressive practice. And historically, the youth work essentially was and at the forefront of change. So why would that be any different with racial justice? I'm just going to wait for Leigh to join us on the live. So what we did was we said, okay, we're happy to work with you and discuss how we can make differences and how we can change the narrative. But what it means is that there's going to have to be some uncomfortable conversations. Those uncomfortable conversations, not just for people who weren't of color, but for everybody involved in the youth sector, from the bottom right up to the top. So what transpired was, and Milka will share this with you later, what transpired was a load of conversations up and down the country with different youth workers who were sharing their experience. What this led to was some real serious conversations. Welcome back, Leigh.
Hiya.
So I'm just been given a bit of a backstory of how we met via the great Abby, who introduced us, and why this work was born and how it was born out of not just the George Floyd tragedy, but also an introspection from you great people at the NYA, but also how you as a CEO and how your SLT wanted to respond to making change within the youth sector. So before we go into today, let the people out there know who Leigh Middleton is.
Oh, hi. So yeah, I'm Leigh Middleton. I'm Chief Executive of the National Youth Agency. I've been working with young people since I was 15. I'm a qualified professional JNC youth worker, and I've done all sorts of things in between, working for local authorities, voluntary sector. But, my current role is to help steer and navigate the youth sector through whatever it's dealing with and whatever it's focused on. So most people know of me and our work at the moment due to sort of COVID-19 and our guidance, which is enabling the youth sector to be operative and active and do stuff for young people. But under the bonnet, we do an awful lot of other things, such as, we set all youth work qualifications and standards. We work with Ofsted, we work with the government. I have regular meetings with ministers, MPs. We do inquiries, lots of reports. So, we're a small organisation. People think we've got 100 staff. We haven't got a quarter of that at best. So, we're a small little team, but punching above our weight to try and support youth work to become stronger and to grow and to underpin its core foundations to enable us to be there for young people. And one of those core foundations has got to be the work that we're taking on with yourselves and others around racial justice and challenging how do we get more colleagues into more senior posts, how do we get people into leadership, how do we support our Black, brown youth workers of colour to have a greater say and a voice and a stake in what we're doing, not just us as an organisation, but as a sector. And I think one of the things we know we've got a role to do is lead by example, but as I've got to say in my presentation, we're here to empower professionals and colleagues and young people to take the lead rather than, it's not about us, it's about the world around us.
Excellent. And before about 15 minutes ago, you won the commitment medal because you're on your leave, aren't you? So you've signed it today. Then I got a message. One of the facilitators today, he's just had a baby this morning, his wife, but he's still joining us. So
he beats me. He beats me hands down.
And it reminds me of the book by Simon Sinek. Is it Sinek? Leaders Eat Last, something like that. So let's cut to the chase, Leigh. I mean, I know we've had a conversation, and I want you to share with the people who are logged in today the vision and your experiences. So do you want to put up your presentation?
Yeah. Bear with it. Takes a wee while, but can you see the slide there, Ray?
Yeah, I can see it. Okay.
Good. So I'll run through this then. It won't take 10 minutes, and then we can come back to questions in this conversation. So welcome everybody. I wanted to take the first opportunity today to just thank all the speakers and the guests, and to Ray and Milka for facilitating and organising not just the Equal Equity Programme, but today's conference for everybody. This is a really exciting area of our work. It's an area of work which we are doing slowly and calmly and with respect, but it's absolutely critical to what we're doing. And I think what the strapline there for me, the NY's role in achieving lasting change is is the most important thing for us. I've seen lots of things that are quite tokenistic. I've seen lots of things that are very short-lived. It's interesting that if you went back to the point a couple of months just after George Floyd's tragic death, well, there was lots of stuff in the media, lots of events, lots of people talking about this thing, and the problem is this creates a moment, and that moment passes. And what we didn't want was to lose the opportunity of the moment, but also we were working on a lot of this stuff kind of prior to a George Floyd moment. We were developing a new strategy for the NYA going back nearly 19 months ago, and as part of that we were determined to build a sort of separate action plan around improving the work, the quality, the lives of youth workers and young people who come from black, brown backgrounds. And so what we wanted to do was to build in a program of work that supported our aspirations to elevate equality and to challenge inequality and to support practitioners. Yeah. But just because all this stuff is now out of the media doesn't mean it's not. It is still core to our work behind the scenes. And look, we've had some interesting challenges online, and we've had some colleagues on Twitter saying you're not doing enough, and look at your board. And we're addressing all of those things, but we're doing it in a way that should be lasting. And the worst thing to do is, I've said this to Ray and others several times, you could do what they do in Gay Pride Month or whatever and change the logo to a rainbow version, or we could have had a black version of the logo and go, look, we stand in solidarity. And we do stand in solidarity with those colleagues and professionals and practices. But actually we're not here to be tokenistic, and we're here to be long lasting. So, Desiree Adaway said, and I think this is really, really poignant from our point of view, and I thank Ray for pointing me in this direction of Desiree. But diversity is about counting, and we see lots of government strategies and policies, and the world wants to count, and we can see how many young people from different ethnic backgrounds or ages, etc. And we can show we work with X number of diverse young people, and there are government programs, there are big national ones, there are other activities. And if we go back to Transforming Youth Work Days, we used to we would count the diversity, and we had certain measures and targets to achieve. And it has a place, but actually diversity is just about counting who you're working with. Inclusion is about how we make people feel. So, when you feel included, you feel warmer, richer, more engaged, you feel more valued. And so we're aiming for more inclusion. We want young people, we want practitioners to feel included in what we're doing, because we want people to feel that they have a stake, they have a place, that they are absolutely equals in our work and what we're trying to do. But the goal ultimately is equity, because when you've got equity, you're building a stronger future, you're building a stronger narrative. You're challenging oppression. You're challenging some of preconceived ideas, and we are, aiming to build for the future. The NYA, when we knocked on Ray's door, and the Equality Trust, who I'll talk you through in a second, we said we're not here just to do a 3-month project. We don't want to be here just to do a 12-month project. We're here for the long term. We want to do this for over many, many years, because we want to see lasting and ingrained change. We want to change the DNA of how people think and how people operate, and by changing that and changing DNA takes millennia, doesn't it, in normal life? So in this world, we want to be, engaged and digging deep. So equity is about building, and what Equal Equity as a program is about building the capacity of youth workers to be more strategic, more into leadership roles, opportunity to be on more boards, have a greater stake in our work, not just our work, but also the work of the youth sector. And NWA has a unique, a little bit of a unique space in that, because we are the national body for an entire profession, we get to guide and steer the whole system. So, whatever we do counts. So it was really important that we took our time, that what we, asked Ray and Milka to go and engage the sector, to have those conversations, to build that narrative, and to come back and advise what should be done next and how things should progress, and from a grassroots up. And so there are, I just thought it'd be useful to reflect on what a heck of a year it's been for the youth sector, and for young people, as well. So, we've seen from our research, the work that we've done throughout the pandemic, normally around 1 million young people need access to good quality youth work. And today that stands at probably over 3 million young people. The impact of mental health, loneliness, isolation, family, bereavement, whatever it would be. It's absolutely tragic. But young people have needed youth workers, have never needed youth workers more than they do today. And that number has tripled in less than a year. We published this number about 6 months into the pandemic, so it could even be higher by now. And the flip side of this is, we're looking down the barrel of a gun where we're going to lose 25% of youth sector organisations are going to close. I mean, the UK Youth, I think, published a figure that was over 60% could close. I think our figure is likely to be nearer 25%. But what worries me about that figure, and not only is the loss of 25% of any sector absolutely devastating, and we are screaming and shouting at government, we've been pressing them very hard, we've been pushing funders to support, and funders have been really good, really helping to step up, but we need to, but actually it's the disproportionate hit of this loss in high need communities, and we are going to lose more organisations in our most deprived communities. And it's just a fact that most of our deprived communities tend to have higher percentages of Black, Brown, and people of colour living in them. And young people in those communities. So young people will be extra hit, extra hard, and all of us have got to work hard to mitigate this, to try and reduce those losses. And if we do lose them, and we will lose a lot, then how do we build them back? How do we re-establish new organisations and help create the frameworks, the structures, the safety to establish new projects and build that. An area that I was really, we focused a lot on. We've now published 2 or 3 reports, certainly 2, and then probably an update report is around exploitation through county lines. And this isn't a presentation on county lines, but the way gangs have adapted and changed their behaviours, their attitudes, the way they are exploiting different groups of young people in different ways, more online, more hidden potentially. The way the police, by their own acknowledgement, have kind of lost contact with how a lot of this is developed because it's moved so quick. The one thing about criminals is they're very, innovative. They've moved very fast, and the authorities are racing to keep up. But young people are being exploited more now than probably ever before. It's just hidden, and people aren't seeing it. And if you don't see it, people don't focus on it, and that's the challenge. There are lots of statistics last week around youth unemployment. 25% of young people are expected to become unemployed in the next 6 to 12 months. The largest youth unemployment in a very, very long time, if not ever. And young people's first starter jobs tend to be those roles in which, in the service sectors, etc., which are the first to go. So, and actually all of these issues we know are hitting our young people much harder than other parts of society. Yet the focus is on the economy. The focus is on opening businesses. The focus is not on young people's mental health and well-being. The focus is on adults because they have the virus tends to has a harder hit on them in terms medically. It's a medical response, not a social or welfare response. It's not a personal social development response, which what the NYA wants to see. Other couple of bits was just the physical and mental well-being of young people has been really, really hurt. Report after report after report, the number one issue from young people is around mental health. That's loneliness, that's feeling disconnected, feeling isolated, stressed because of exams or schools or education, lack of jobs. This weighs on those young people. And again, all these issues, county lines, unemployment, mental health and well-being, have, unfortunately, I suspect, and we don't suspect, we know this, have a greater impact on, we use the term BAME today, aren't we? But on BAME young people more than white young people, and this is, a real challenge that we've all got to address. I put Brexit on here because, one of the things I've spotted that really worries me about Brexit. Brexit, okay, it's done, it's out the way, if you like. But Brexit seemed to give people permission to dredge up hate crime, to dredge up old attitudes, or actually it gave people permission to feel they could talk free about things that actually are completely inappropriate and unacceptable. Homophobia, racism, all sorts of things. And just, I don't know if anyone saw the issue with David, yesterday, David Lammy was on LBC and on a phone-in, and a citizen rang in saying, an older lady, I understand, that he was because he was black, he couldn't be British, which was absolutely ridiculous, you know. And Brexit's exposed, it's just given oxygen to some of these views and thoughts. And we've got to stop it. We've got to challenge it. And we've got to challenge it through education. We've got to challenge it through engagement. And we've got a job as youth workers to address that. The point of youth work is anti-discriminatory practice. So we've never been needed more. A couple of other bits I just wanted, you know, I've talked about the George Floyd moment. You know, there were lots of things kicking off when George Floyd happened, and we brought the sector together. There's been some forums to talk about it, and you know, what we didn't want to do was allow that to pass. So we've worked with Ray and Milka and others to develop the Equal Equity Programme. We're funding this, we're supporting this vital work, but it's been driven from grassroots up. A few things I want to just talk you through, some of the things the NYA is doing, because you know, that's why we're here. So equal equity, and I'm not going to go into equal equity in great detail because what the rest of the day's for, and we've got Ray and Milka to talk us through their findings, etc. But as Ray said in the introduction, we've asked those guys to work with us to look into the challenges, but it's practitioner led. It's not been led by us as a bunch of bureaucrats. It's led by lived experience. It's led by practitioners on the ground in communities. They've done their regional roadshows, listening and engaging. So we make sure that the lived experience, because as a white male, I've no idea, you know, I can't start to think about, you know, what it must be like for certain practitioners, for certain young people. And my world is very different. And then on the flip of that, very similar. But, you know, so we wanted that lived experience to be driving this work. It's run by the sector. It's led by you, the sector. It's not led by the NYA. But it's enabled by the NYA, whether that's through our funding, through our time, through our you know, channels, our expertise, and equal equity is an absolutely critical part of what we're going to be doing going forward. And again, as the day unrolls, you'll see, you know, from Milka and Ray what they've got planned, and we're right behind this. But the point of equal equity was, how do we support, you know, black, brown, youth workers of colour into leadership, into more senior positions, amplify their voice, give them a greater stake. And what is the barriers to achieving that? What are the structural things that we need to address? And is that policy? Is that the way, you know, documents are framed? Is it the way it just doesn't resonate for practitioners? And what do we need to do to change for the long term? And continually review and understand and learn from, to make sure we get better at this stuff as a sector and as an organisation. So equal equity was very much focused on you, the youth work sector, practitioners out there in the field. We've got a second project which is also kicking off, which we're working in partnership with the Equality Trust. And I'm really grateful to Vanda at the Equality Trust for driving this work for us. But this is undertaking an internal a review of the NYA, looking at our new strategy, looking at our policies, our processes, our procedures, our governance, our structures, and you know, getting under the bonnet of NYA. And we've said, you know, there's nowhere you can't go, and there's no question you can't ask. And look at, you know, the NYA internally to make sure that we are the absolute best advocates for youth workers, you know, and BAME youth workers, BAME young people up and down the country. And this will lead us into an action plan, which will sit alongside our new strategy, and we will rapidly do anything we need to improve. We actually don't think we're too bad. We've done a lot of work in this space for many years. The NYA has established Black Youth Workers Alliance in the past. We've been involved in, you know, we've had, you know, lots of colleagues working on these sorts of areas. But actually, what do we need? We always need to keep a focus on it, always need to keep our eyes open and be challenged. The bit that I'm also very excited about, we've asked the Equality Trust to act as a bit of a youth sector watchdog, is the best way I could sort of describe it, and to actually undertake a review of the whole of the youth sector, and what do we need to be doing around governance, leadership, and, you know, structures, and improving the voices, the experience of BAME colleagues. And the example I can give here, we run a couple of national forums, and one of those forums we turned over an hour of the session to talk about equal equity, and I think UK Youth came to talk about young and black, and it was really stark to me that the attendance of that meeting, you know, quarter in, quarter out, is usually a sea of white faces. But because BAME issues were on the agenda, some organisations chose to send additional workers. And actually, they should have sent their CEO. They should have been sending their senior leaders, because they need to listen, they need to learn, and we've been challenging that. So the point of equal equity in this external review is to conduct a review of the sector, publish a report. And I suspect that report will be quite uncomfortable in places, and not just for NYA maybe, but certainly for the sector as a whole. And then And then we've asked them every year to come back and review their original findings, sort of conduct a mini update, and publish an annual report on the progress that's being made or not. And if what I fear would happen, which is you have a George Floyd moment, that moment passes, everybody steps back and stops worrying, focusing on this stuff as they should. Yeah. I want those reports annually to be challenging the sector, challenging us as a national body, challenging other organisations to improve. And the Equality Trust is also working with us around our board and our team. So we are recruiting to our board. There's been lots of stuff in the social media about the NYA's lack of diversity on its board. We've deliberately held vacant seats. We've deliberately held them for a little while. And we've wanted these projects to unroll because we want to build that into our board's thinking and how it works. And then the last thing was our 10-year vision and strategy. So we've just nearly finished developing a 10-year vision for youth work, and we've got a new 5-year strategy for the NYA, which will be out in the next few weeks. And all of these are about ingraining and embedding and locking in the change that we want to see. And it will take us 10 years to see some of these things. It might take us longer, unfortunately, but we will never give up, and we should always keep working on this stuff.
Solid.
So this is not new, but it is amplifying our work, and it's about raising the voice and talking aloud. So Ray asked me to talk a little bit about the challenges that Black, brown youth workers of colour have, and it was an interesting area to sort of reflect upon. And what we've seen though is there are some amazing organisations out there, and there's some incredible leaders, but is passion and charisma enough? And we've seen organisations where there are colleagues who can hold an audience, can talk to senior people, and they could do amazing things, but is it sufficient to embed and make it sustainable for the long term so you're always there for young people? And actually, hero leadership and things can create some challenges. And there are some examples of this, which the sector, and you need those pioneers, we need those people out front, but they need to take everybody else with them, and we need to back them up, and we need to be supporting them. So one of my questions was, is passion and charisma sufficient? And there was a challenge around scaling up or remaining small. So where we see BAME youth projects, they tend to be very minor, very small, very embedded in very small in communities specifically. There are some exceptions to that rule, but on the whole, but actually, if you look at the percentages of young people who access youth services, we need these projects to be larger. We need more of them. We need to scale up the amount of access to youth workers of Black, brown youth workers of colour, and projects that work with those young people of the same. And so we've got some work to do, not only because we might be losing 25% of the sector, but to scale up, or actually is remaining small because actually we're brilliantly high quality and we just focus on this amazing thing, and that's great. It is that acceptable. I suspect the answer is a bit of both, but we certainly need a lot more of youth work, and we certainly got to scale up those areas. And actually, if you've got really great high quality projects and high quality practitioners, how do we empower those guys to become the next CEOs, the next leaders, to take on the next challenge, to build a stronger sector, to be there for young people in 10 years' time? And so there's some challenges. There was an interesting question around founders syndrome. We establish a project, and we build this great piece, but then what happens if that person leaves, or moves on, or finds another challenge, and things collapse behind them, and they're not sustainable. So we've got a role to do around that, and making sure it's not about the founder, it's about young people, it's about the community they're embedded in, it's about addressing disadvantage, it's about supporting young people to be successful in their future. So thinking really carefully around those things. I put in here around quality and skills. 75% of the youth sector are unqualified, don't have a level 2 or 3 youth work qualification. Huge percentage of that 75% don't have safeguarding training. There are big challenges, and actually, when you think about the demographics of young people, Black, brown youth workers of colour who are working with, well, then we've got some real challenges around the quality of what they're doing, because the young people they work with tend to have higher needs, tend to have different challenges, and we've got a responsibility to be there to support them. And is the quality of that youth work the best it can be, or can it be even better? And anyway, we're a body around setting standards and skills, so we're really passionate about helping to improve quality. And then finally, it was just around fit for purpose. Post-pandemic, lots of things have changed. Young people's lives have changed. Things have gone digital a lot more. Young people have got it within them, are absolutely amazing in terms of their resilience, There are a proportion of society and community that really needs our support to help amplify that resilience, to hold them safe. But are we fit for purpose as a sector? Are we fit for purpose for the future? And what are we going to do about challenging that and addressing that? Because I don't think we are that fit for purpose. I think we're doing amazing stuff. And I'm biggest passionate fan for youth workers, but we've got to keep our eye on the ball. We've got to think, where's the next opportunity? How are we going to evolve? What are we going to adapt? Young people change very quickly. Youth workers less so, in my experience. So just to sort of end then, and I'll hand it back to Ray. You know, the point of equal equity was capacity building youth workers and practitioners of colour into leadership, management and policy. And we are absolutely committed to this over the next X years to make sure that we deliver that change and that we see more, you know, black youth workers and practitioners of colour in those leadership, management, policy roles across the country. Thanks, Ray.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. So, I mean, that sets the precedent for today. I'm going to come back to you on a couple of other things. I like when I spoke to Milka about this, there was the external work and the internal work.
Yep.
Obviously, the equal equity is the external work, going out into the world, going out into the workplace, going out into those small organizations and finding out what's happening and what's not happening. The internal work, though, is what really kind of put fire in our bellies as well in terms of me and Milka, because we're saying that for you to set that standard and to say, you said some words in there about, you know, allowing the equity trust to get under the bonnet.
Yeah.
And really see, do you think white-led organizations are prepared to do that now?
If I'm honest, I think they were prepared to do it for 3 months when the heat was on and there was lots of pressure and they needed to keep, I know, trustees or certain funders and stakeholders, you know, calm and engaged. My fear is that peters out. You know, there's not the pressure externally on white-led organizations to do that, and that's why we weren't interested in that approach. You know, there were lots of organizations went right out the door very quickly. We're going to make a big noise. But we didn't do that. We did, you know, and we've been criticised for not doing that because, you know, there's a phrase that a young person used to me, which is silence is violence, and that you're, you know, by not talking, then you're either endorsing, you know, silence or you're not challenging it. And I sat them down and said, you know, I don't disagree with your point around, you know, we need to be talking about this, but I need something of quality and I need something that I can get behind, that I can own, that the organisation can be proud of, that's going to last. And it's that lasting point for me. I see so many initiatives that come and go very quickly. It's a bit like short-term funding. You know, we see so many things where you're funded for a year, 2 years, 3 years, but that doesn't make the change. And that doesn't make, you know, that doesn't shift the dial. And if we as an organization, as a sector, want to really see this stuff embedded, then we've got to do it properly. And you have, by doing it properly, you've got to build your foundations, you've got to baseline it, you've got to understand the story. And as you know, as a white-led organization, we are a white-led organization, we know this, you know, we're the wrong people to start the journey. We are on the journey, we're part of it, we're a partner in it. But we should empower people who know this stuff as their own lived experience. And you know, we've just trained a load of young people as young researchers. And you know, rather than have a youth steering group, which we don't have as an organisation, we have a group of young researchers who are given the skills to go and ask questions, to probe. But they're the experts in their lives of being a young person. They know far more about what is the real world than we can, you know, from a policy document. So it's about, you know, giving that real world lived experience colleagues the right and the, you know, the opportunity to take charge and to drive this. And we've got the opportunity as an organisation to make that happen. So it felt like the only way to go, frankly, even though it's been challenging because people want us to talk a lot more and you're the national body and come on, you surely you should be saying stuff. But we'll be saying stuff in 10 years time. We'll be able to look back and go, look, there was a moment and we didn't lose that moment and we kept that moment going. And for me, that's all the motivation that we need.
Interesting. So you mentioned about the David Lammy conversation. I think some people watched it yesterday. And as you know, David Lammy and Baroness Young came out with the Young Review and the Lammy Review a few years ago around the CJS, right, criminal justice system, which obviously within that YOI sit young offenders. So in this work around on looking at programs. And you mentioned in the 5 points that you mentioned, the solid, like fit for purpose. One of the things that we saw, and I think I alluded to you before, is that if you look at issues that disproportionately affect BAME communities, criminal justice system, serious youth violence, now, and we are saying it affects all communities, but disproportionately in the big cities.
Absolutely.
What we found was you're very hard pushed to find a BAME-led organization that are income generating, BAME-led youth organization that are income generating north of £50,000 a year, to work with young people affected by those issues. Whereas when we looked at the white counterpart organizations, some of them were drawing down millions. And so even with the cascade, how resources were cascaded, we see the disproportionality and inequality. So I'm one of the reasons why I think, and I'm sure this is why you flagged it up, about though the founder syndrome, the scalability, all these things, that if within the youth sector, do you think there's an appetite? Should we stop being, it's a question and a comment, should we stop being Black organizations, or be meaning Black organizations that work with Black youth, or should we be youth organizations that work with Black youth? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, the answer is probably a bit of both. But I mean, ultimately, you know, if a Black organization is the best organization, the best people to work with an audience of young people who they will only trust Black colleagues, you know, youth workers, well, then that's the right route to do it. That's, you know, that's the appropriate way. But I you know, what you've unearthed in terms of, you know, the funding disconnect between Black organizations and white organizations, you know, is something that we can work on. We can challenge local authorities to put more money into certain areas. We can challenge grassroots funders. But I think what we also got to think about is how, you know, how do those Black organizations amplify their voice? How do they talk about their work? How do they reflect the quality of what they're doing? And so, you know, what are the barriers that they've got towards funding that means that they're getting 50K and someone else is getting 500K? And what we can do as an organization, what we can do as a partnership, is to upskill and equip colleagues to write different funding bids, to use different language, to create relationships with funders so that they don't need to do those things in the longer term. But you've got to play the game if you want the money early on. But we've, you know, no, I mean, I think frankly, if I would say who's the best person, who's the best organization, the best model to support whatever audience of young people you want to make a difference to. And if that's a Black organization, then fantastic, let's have it. And let's build more of them and let's make them larger and give them scale. And what can we do as a sector to promote the prominence of those organizations? I think it's interesting when you look at lots of policy reports, when you look at funders reports, they you know, even some big funders, when they put out their kind of funding reports and things, you know, it's a sea of white faces. It's a sea of, you know, that's who they want. Well, that's who they use. And I think that's that kind of ingrained bias, which just people just don't think about, oh yeah, what about that? But actually what we should be doing is amplifying, when we put our reports out, take case studies from Black youth work projects and use those and photographs and talk about the experiences of Black young people, youth work, you know, and so change that's the thing that's going to take time, and we've got to change the way that the world perceives these things.
Thank you. And which is interesting, because in our findings, we, you know, BAME youth work who've been in the sector many years, they were saying things like, look, as a youth worker, why am I always getting sent on the knife crime project? I want to go on the allotments project. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. So even that stereotype of, and back to what you said about those organizations that are drawing down millions in the name of youth violence. What's interesting, when you look at their staffing, most of their frontline staff are Black.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about the Guinness effect for the last 6 months, haven't we? That
we have.
The higher we go up the glass, the whiter it gets. But if those who are doing the heavy lifting are BAME, then there's clearly an appetite and understand that they are skilled to work with those communities, but we're not seeing that transferred into the organization. So thank you for that. I'm gonna bring this question in. It's not my lane, but I really think it's an important lane because it is a community that's hidden and marginalized, etc. Someone from Young Carer says, as a Romani woman who is white appearing but has experienced deep-set racism, how are we going to make sure that the GRT people aren't implied but explicitly supported? And I think that's on the back of that the concern that lack of mention of Romani and traveller young people and staff who often are silent and are implied to be the E in BAME and are avoiding deeply impacted at the moment with COVID, policing, village street racism. So it's not our lane, but I really think you're in a good position to answer that, because I know you're doing some work around that.
Yeah, so I mean, a part of our new strategy is to look at inequality and equality in equal equity across a variety of the E is interesting, isn't it? I mean, I've loathed the term BAME for a very long time, and there's a great article I wrote. This lady just said, look, just call me Sylvia, don't give me a label or a tag. And one of our trustees of the NYA, it comes from a Rome traveller background and has been very passionate about supporting young people and our work in elevating that, and so see equal equity as the starting point of a variety of equality projects that will roll out through the NYA. We in not too distant future start recruiting the National Equalities Officer, who's there to educate and train funders and government and policy stakeholders. And you're not wrong, actually. It's about I'm a white man, but I'm gay, and I've got special needs because I had a statement of special needs when I was at school, and so we have multiple labels, and so what we need to make sure is we don't just see an individual as just one as their race. We see them as other aspects of their lives, and so how do we therefore build that, build in those different structural components behind our practice, behind how we talk about our work, how we measure the quality of it, how we measure the impact of it. But it's a great point, and we're not just here focusing on the color of people's skin. We are focusing on, the attributes, the what fits underneath all of that. It was about getting under the bonnet, as we said, with the Equality Trust.
And it's interesting you say that, because I've been getting I get a lot of messages and DMs and people emailing me and saying, one of chief execs as well, wanting to have conversations about this conversation that we're doing.
Sure.
Some of them, until we spoke, didn't understand the difference between anti-racism and anti-blackness. So although they'd have an anti-racism policy, they didn't understand that within that you have to have an anti-blackness policy.
Yep.
And this whole conversation over the last 7 to 10 days about what's affecting the Asian community and so on is making that even more clear. It's deep and it's defined and it's nuanced. So there's a lot to be said, and that's what today's about: speaking to people where they're at and listening. Leigh, I'm going to thank you. I know you're on annual leave, but I'm sure you're in the background. I know people. You're one of those chief execs whose DMs is open. So if people want to reach out to you, they can find you on Twitter, like Abby. And I think today's been important so people can see what the NYA are doing, and also if they want to participate and contribute and reach out, they know where to find you, right?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look at our website. You can find us on all the social media, and the Equal Equity Project will start to reach out into the sector in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. So there will be opportunities and events and the ways to engage. There'll probably be a consultation, and that's not the Equal Equity piece. Sorry, get it right. The Equality Trust piece isn't about practitioners. That's what Equal Equity is about: practitioners. The Equality Trust is about organisations and the infrastructure of the sector. So there's sort of two sides of a different coin, but get involved in both.
Thank you, Leigh.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, speak soon. Please take care. It's Leigh Middleton, and Chief Exec of the NYA. Milka, how was that?
Really good. I think it's important, like you were saying, around we can do the work externally, but we can't do work outside and then not do the work on the inside. So I think I'm really happy that NYA is doing the work with the Equality Trust as well as all the external work. So I think that's really important point around leading the way in the sector. So I'm really passionate about doing work in lots of different angles, and systemic change doesn't come from just doing work externally, also comes from our internal work, including internal organizational work as well.
Okay, cool. Excellent. I'm going to pass the mic.
Thank you. We have Taz Lateef, and hello. How are you doing, Taz?
Hey, Milka. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And yeah, you have a presentation for us, but just before we go into that, I just want to have a quick introduction. So you've done lots of work around equality, diversity, inclusion, and also you're a public speaker. You've got so many layers to your experience. You've worked in schools. And I just wanted to have a quick chat and say, how did you get into this work around equality?
So I started off my career as a teacher. So I spent a couple of years, and throughout uni, everyone has that kind of retail job that sticks like a rash. So I was in retail, and it taught me so much. Like, it built me as a person. You learn so much about people, especially when you're working in London as well, because London's so diverse. And then sort of went into teaching, and a couple of years in, I spanned across sort of special needs students quite a lot. So I did a lot of around inclusive education. And it was my post in a primary school where I was for a couple of years that really pushed me over the edge. And there was a moment where I got pulled in because one of my students hadn't expressed himself in an art lesson according to the curriculum and what the objectives were for the lesson. And they were like, "You're not doing your job as a teacher." And I said, creativity shouldn't be funneled. Like, I can't tell him how to be creative. I'm letting him express himself. Mm-hmm. I was pulled in, and it was one of many microaggressions. And I think seeing how the KPIs and the pressures that are put on teachers was sometimes leading to malpractice, if I'm completely honest. Like, I witnessed a lot of things, and that was a breaking point for me. And I thought, you know what? I feel like the system is broken. I don't think I can make a change from the inside. And so I quit several years ago. I just literally just handed my notice in. I was like, I can't do this anymore. And I wanted to do something about it. And so very quickly moved into the talent space, thinking that I would use my voice to help recruit people from underrepresented backgrounds, really coach people to give them confidence, and that I would still do youth work as well, which is something I had delved into. Moved into talent and was like, talent's broken too. And there's a lot of problems in the talent space, just in terms of how people hire, referral systems, how bias comes into that, nepotism, those types of things. So very quickly pivoted my work to do more around inclusion and anti-racism, and ended up freelancing about 2 to 3 years ago after I got fired from an organization for telling them about their internal racism because it was making people uncomfortable. I was the only woman of color in this company, the only female in leadership. And so that was really the breaking point for me, alongside always being people assuming that I was a PA. I'd walk into a boardroom to deliver a pitch, and I was the director of growth for this organization. And I walked in, and there was like 3 white males in their 40s, quite privileged. My boss and my manager were both white, sort of 40s, quite privileged. And I walked in to deliver this pitch, and the 3 men from the client company turned to me and were like, "Oh, you're here, thank goodness. Can we have 3 Americanos, and could you pop the AC down on your way out?" And my boss was like, no, this is Taz, she's leading the pitch. And I just thought, no, enough is enough. I need to change perceptions and use my teaching experience to kind of leverage that. So here I am now, several years later, fighting the fight.
And that's really interesting around being freelance. I moved into the freelance. Yeah, I felt the same. I wasn't making the change from an internal perspective. So I thought, as a freelancer, I have a bit more of a voice. I have a bit more control. How was the shift in terms of coming out of, I guess, being an employee under an organization, now more around you're collaborating, you're a freelancer, you're a consultant? How was that for you?
It was hard. I think I didn't plan to go freelance. So I was in a full-time role at the time, and it was very much around Taz, some of your comments are upsetting people. And because I was there as a Muslim woman who doesn't drink, there was a lot of conversations around like, we'll spike your drink as a joke, and so on and so forth. So that kind of pushed me to leave. And when I landed into freelance, it was a scary time, because you go from having like a fixed income to then having to build your own pipeline, almost like you are your own business. And it was hard, and I think it was quiet in the beginning. There were weeks where I was very broke, which is the honest truth when you first move into freelance, depending on what industry you're in as well, and trying to build a name for yourself in the space. And the imposter syndrome was so real, Milka. There were days where I thought, am I the right person for this? Should I be charging people money for this? And then actually you realize your lived experience, alongside the work experience that you have and the transferable skills, like, you're actually in a good place. And there's a slide there's an image in the slides that I've put together about like finding my purpose. And I think it's hard, but once you get into the flow of things, it's a lot easier. And if I had been in one company, it was a blessing in disguise being fired, because if I had been in one company, I would have only known about the D&I within that organization, only known about their challenges, only seen D&I through their lens. And I've managed to work with like dozens and dozens of companies the last several years. And that's given me such a good overview of the different challenges between small organizations versus large corporates. I've got to work with startups. I get to work with individuals. I've worked with charities. So it's given me I've almost fast tracked what would have taken me 10 years to gain insights into working in 1 or 2 organizations. I've managed to fast track that in 3 years.
Wow.
Since going freelance, and obviously prior to that working in D&I full time. But yeah, it's been an interesting journey.
Impressive. I'm really impressed. And yeah, you can fire away and go through the presentation. I know you'd like to use images and
Okay, perfect.
we're on a journey. So
are you able to see my slides, Milka?
yeah.
Okay, perfect. I like to use Canva. Canva's cool.
Yeah, I like Canva too.
So Raymond, who's a good, I've known Raymond for a while. He's been fighting a good fight, I think probably since I was in nappies. So Ray asked me to sort of come in and talk about what I do and how I do it. And I was like, what do I title this? And a lot of the frustrations that I have with the industries that I've worked in have driven me to kind of end up in the D&I space and the equity space. And the reason I titled it Why I'm Tired of Diversity is because right now it just feels like a lot of organizations are jumping on the bandwagon because it's a trendy thing to do, but with no real change. And actually, when I try and gear my work with particular clients, I try and tell them to aim for equity as opposed to just diversity. Because what you find is at the junior level, there's loads of diversity. They're bringing in junior people very quickly. By the time you get to middle management, the numbers are so low. People often don't know how to nurture that talent, and they don't know how to provide for specific needs, especially for people of color, people from different backgrounds, and so on. So it's like, I'm going to call this Why I'm Tired of Diversity.
I like it.
So I've already sort of given like an intro, and the reason I have 2 slides for introducing myself is because a lot of the time there's our professional side, which we talk about, like here's what I do in my day job and here's what I do like outside of that. But working in the D&I space has allowed me to kind of blend the 2. So now I don't have to be 2 separate people. I don't have to be a professional that has one day job and then does my passion projects on the side. Like my job has become my passion project, which makes it a lot easier to do the work. So these are some of the brands that I've worked with. I'm an equity, diversity and inclusion consultant. I prefer the title educator, but I'm just easier to find when people search for diversity and inclusion, because ultimately that's the baseline of a lot of the work that I do. And as you mentioned, public speaker and also community builder. I truly feel like community is at the heart of everything. And I'm going to share a bit more about some of the community projects that I've been involved in. And then this is more of the personal side, which slowly, the gap between professional TAS and personal TAS is like starting to close, which is a good place to be. And I feel like it's the best place to be for me, because it means I don't wake up in the morning and think, oh, work. Actually, I wake up in the morning and I feel like I'm working on a personal project every day. So I get involved with a lot of sort of fundraising. Like I climbed Kilimanjaro recently.
I can't believe that. Amazing.
It was hard, Milka. It was the hardest thing I've ever done.
I was in Zanzibar, but I was in Tanzania as well, but I didn't actually get to even see Kilimanjaro. But I know it's massive and cold when you get up top.
Yeah, no one told me there was snow in Africa. That's how ignorant I was at the time. I realized how much we lacked education around certain parts of the world, and how, quite frankly, like how whitewashed history is when we think about the curriculum. And it was one of the reasons I left teaching. And I cried. There's a documentary on British Muslim TV. I'm just snot-faced for the whole hour that they filmed us. It was crazy. But that enabled me to sort of raise money to build water wells in Gambia. On the bottom left, we visited an orphanage while we were out there. I've run the Palestine Marathon recently, and you can see my scared face, like top middle of the screen. We did a skydive for Gaza and stuff like that. So a lot of the things that are important to me around social impact, slowly aligning with the work that I do around diversity, inclusion and equity. And so Ray asked me to talk about the why, the how, and the who. And ultimately, I think for me, the why is just that society needs a reform, and it's not going to be an overnight change. And it's going to be something that we take small but consistent steps. And I think the consistency is key for us. A lot of companies sort of ask me to come in and they're like, yeah, we need a culture change and we need it done by this date. And I have to be that critical friend that says, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen overnight. This is a long-term thing. And we have to think about the grassroots work as well as the work that we're doing at the top level. So we talk about unlearning at the senior level with like CEOs that I work with and companies I work with. And then I also go into schools and teach, because it's easier to build from the ground up than it is to start unlearning and undoing stuff when you're older and when your habits and sort of judgments are already set in based on like how we've been conditioned. So that's the why. And I mentioned earlier around purpose, and this was like coming out of teaching and going into recruitment. I was like, is this the right thing for me? Am I making the right career change? I've taken a pay cut. And someone mentioned the concept of ikigai to me, and I thought, okay, that's interesting. I've never heard of it. And I looked into it and I thought, and there's lots of diagrams that you can find online. And essentially, ikigai is your purpose, your reason for being. And I knew that I wanted to do something to help the world. I knew that I wanted to leave a legacy behind. I knew that I wanted the world to be a fairer place. And I knew I had skills that I could be paid for, but I didn't realize how much they overlapped until I came across this concept. And so you can see ikigai is literally like 4 key things that overlap. So it's what you love, what you're good at, what you can be paid for, and what the world needs. And I was like, cool, well, I love connecting people. I love building communities. I know that I'm good at helping people. I know that I'm good at public speaking. My dad laughs because he said all my school reports said that I talk too much at school. And I'm like, Dad, the joke's on you because now I get paid to talk. And then what the world needs, obviously, is obviously equity, and social impact is so key for me. And so I think for the first time in my life, I'm content with where I am, just because of the way everything overlaps. And my teaching experience plays such a huge part in that. And when I first started exploring D&I work, I felt a lot of resistance because I think as humans, when we're told that we have like power and privilege, we think, no, I don't. I'm a woman of color. I'm a Muslim living in the West. I'm the 3rd generation, like granddaughter of an immigrant to the UK. I've been called every profanity in the street that you can think of when it comes to racism. I've been passed up for job opportunities because I don't drink, so I wouldn't fit into the culture, and all of these things. But actually, I came across this. So the Instagram handle for this page is Sylvia Duckworth. You can see on the bottom right, and she's amazing. She's an illustrator, an educator, and she posts incredible content. So like, I'd encourage everyone to check her out. But what I decided to do was like, cool, let me plot myself on this wheel of power and privilege, because I'll be teaching people how to do the same. And Milka, I really quickly realized just how much I fell towards the center. So I'm like, if I think about it, I'm a fairly, like in terms of mental health, fairly robust, neurotypical, heterosexual, able-bodied, university educated, British citizen with English as my first language, who owns the roof that's over my head. And it was so mind-blowing for me. And I thought, do you know what? I didn't realize I had this much privilege. And I thought, okay, despite being from an underrepresented group, despite being a woman of color and the challenges that faces, I am in a unique position where I can extend that privilege to others. And I can help other members of my community, other members of my race, other people of color, other people in this space. And so that was really such a driving factor for me. I was like, I have to do something with my privilege because I have it. And if I don't extend it, then what are we as humans if we don't help each other? Yeah. So that was really telling for me. And I just wanted to share that with everyone because it's a really good exercise for everyone to do. And quite confronting as well. So in terms of the who, when it comes to equity work, I truly believe that no one is exempt. I am working on being a better ally every single day. I'm working on being a better facilitator. The work doesn't stop. We're never going to be free of bias. You know, all we can do is just minimize the negative impact of that bias. So we just have to learn to address it and learn to extend our privilege to people. So when I think about the types of groups that I've worked with and how I do that, it was really difficult for me to separate the who from the how because they're so intertwined. And there's 5 key ways here that I sort of run equity work, and these are the 5 ways that I've seen really strong impact. And the first one, which honestly I believe is at the heart of everything, is community building. The second one's learning and development, and then we've got strategy and hiring, which is so important to companies, especially if they're building from the ground up. Yeah. And then public speaking, which is a nice to have, and it's great to initially make those connections. But the real work obviously comes in through alternative education and the strategy and hiring piece. So if I break these down, so under community building, I joined a community called Islamic Makers, and it was all for Muslims in tech. And even then, like we ran events to try and build confidence among minorities. We ran a lot of events. I used to lead their events in London to give people a chance to learn, to hear from experts, to network with people in the industry, also to be away from the alcohol-fueled testosterone environment that was in tech at the time, and also be able to connect with brands and have organic opportunities for hiring. Like people got jobs just coming to our events. And I think even within Islamic Makers, and this is what I mean about no one is exempt, even within Islamic Makers, we had such a huge representation problem amongst Black Muslims. We had, because of the way the network was started, our network, it was founded by 2 sort of South Asian co-founders, and then it kind of expanded to their network and then their network. And then we struggled to find Black speakers to come on board. We struggled to find people to come to our events. They often didn't feel like they belonged. So even within our communities, we still have a lot of work to do. It's not just a white versus people of color thing. Anti-Blackness is real, and I think especially within the South Asian community, and that was something we had to address as well. And so we've run, events at Google for Startups. We collaborated with another organization called Lean Developers, and it was all to build confidence. And the reason we talk about confidence is because diversity is great. Yeah, we can bring a bunch of people together and put on a movie or put on a presentation, but actually giving them the skills that they need in order to build is where equity comes in. And I think that's really key for organizations to understand. Like, it's not enough for you to give someone a job. You need to nurture them through that process. You need to create access for them so that we can then take communities and allow them to build generational wealth and give them access to knowledge that no one taught me how to do my taxes, Milka, as a freelancer. I didn't learn that in school.
I just done it.
Sorry, go on.
I just did mine this year, and it was like, oh my God, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I think these are the life skills that sometimes are only afforded to people who have wealth. Like, I speak to some of my white colleagues in this space from middle class backgrounds, and they know all this stuff. They know all the shortcuts, and they know all the tips and tricks because they come from wealthier families that have been doing this maybe for 3 generations.
Yeah.
And so that's where the gap is. It's that knowledge gap that we need to fill in order to create equity and remove those barriers. I think it's really important. And then Islamic Makers is now 5 years. I've taken a step back from events as the team has grown, but they're still very close to my heart, and they're launching their 5-year impact report, which I'd love for everyone to check out. You can just Google Islamic Makers. And it's been a hell of a journey, and we've had like thousands of attendees, and the building the bridge to equity has been so apparent when we get testimonials from people and we say, look, I came to your digital Kickstarter program. Now I'm able to get myself a job in tech and negotiate a salary that I didn't think I could. And it's really hard to quantify these things. So I've got like loads of screenshots to share with everyone today, because sometimes it's not just a numbers game. A lot of it is like qualitative, if that makes sense. And we've done tons of stuff. Like, we spoke at Tech Inclusion, Black at Facebook. We had a birthday event. The co-founder Arfa on the bottom right, she's spoken at Women Tech Makers. And these were all solely around supporting Muslims. So on the top left, I gave, on working while Muslim. And I sort of said, yoga is really romanticized. But then at the same time, if we look at child's pose in yoga, there's a woman on the floor, head on the ground, hands and knees on the ground. And then I put a picture of a Muslim woman in prayer in what we know as sujood, with her head on the ground. Said, hands up if you've got a yoga space in your office. All the hands went up in the rooms, 300 people in the room at Bloomberg. And then I said, keep your hand up if there's a prayer space. And like a whole bunch of hands went down. And I said, but ultimately these two are the same thing. Yeah. Why do we romanticize one? Or why is the white version more palatable than the Muslim version, or the people of color version? Why is it a white woman doing yoga when actually it's originated in parts of Asia? So really bridging that knowledge gap is where we've seen the most impact. And Islamic Makers have been running for years. And then if I think about the learning and development part, which is working really closely with organizations. So I'm a facilitator for Hustle Crew, who also run a podcast called Techish with the founder Abadesi. I work with an organization called Do It Now to support Black communities as well, and deliver organizational strategy to companies that really want to and have a budget to kind of spend on inclusive programs. I also work with a company called Lecture to deliver like online 1-hour workshops. And I think the key thing to remember with these workshops is, we know from the research, Milka, like one day unconscious bias trainings don't work. Yeah. So there's more like consistent steps. So a lot of the organizations I work with, it's part of a series. Like, you have to attend all the parts to get impact. Okay. And this is an example. We're working with NHS with Hustle Crew, and we keep the groups really small on purpose so that we can really get that impact and have that conversation. And this was something I wanted to share because I have a lot of people. We get trolled a lot working in the equity space, man. We get trolled a lot. I get on Twitter, like, get a real job. And the other day on LinkedIn, I'm not sure if anyone knows who Riz Ahmed is, but as the first Muslim to Muslim actor to sort of win an award in the movie space, someone was ranting, why does his faith come into this? Why does it matter? I'm like, this is like, Muslims are so underrepresented in this space. And so because I get trolled quite a lot, it's really important for us to remember that these are small incremental changes. One of the things that I do in the training and strategy that I run with companies is run a privilege exercise. So there are questions that a lot of microaggressions, for example, that people of color have faced. And if you haven't faced them, you give yourself a score of like 10. If you have, then you give yourself a score of 0. And very quickly, if you look to the right-hand side of the screen, you can see very quickly the people who have names that are ethnic names, like Xiamen at the bottom. We've got Kim Esnard, who's a black woman, Stephanie Leung as well, Sophia Babio, who's black. They've got the lowest scores.
Yeah.
And this is where the realization comes in. So, going back to what Leigh was saying earlier, this isn't something we can change overnight and just put up, an Instagram post or a black square or a flag. It's the small incremental changes. And you can see here from like other sessions that I've run, people coming through saying, oh my God, I feel sad knowing this score. I didn't realize I was this privileged. Even as a woman of color, I have privilege. And that's, I think, the hardest part. Once we get over that hurdle, we can bring in all the theory and we can bring in the practice in terms of equity. But it's that initial realization of allowing yourself to be vulnerable and accept that we have privilege. And it's really hard to quantify the effects of this work because I don't often get to see these companies like 3 years on or a year on. So I try and keep little mementos, partly because of imposter syndrome, but also partly because it's great to see how people feel. We think about Maya Angelou, like people will forget what you said or what you did, but you'll definitely forget how you made them feel. And that is essentially what I try and put across in my training, is for them to understand what people of color are going through or what underrepresented groups are going through. And then on a side note, it's also really important as a facilitator to know that our learning never stops either. And so one of the talks that I did for lecture, they're a Dutch company, so a lot of their clients that I present to are in the US or they're in Asia, some of them are in Amsterdam. Someone called me out, talking about having English privilege. One of the things you can do for us if you don't have English as a first language is to speak a bit slower. And that hit me and I thought, okay, I haven't taken into account their lived experience and the fact that English isn't their first language. And I got called out on it, and I'm so glad I did get called out on it because we've all got work to do when it comes to equity. And so me having English as my first language is a privilege, but that was a barrier for someone that was listening. And that was such a reality check for me. So just trying to stay as humble as possible now that we've got a lot to learn in this space. And then the last couple, so the strategy and hiring, working really closely with companies, like I like to go in and dissect the data, have a look at where the biggest drop-off point is for like people of color or women. And run something which I call an equity, diversity, and inclusion health check. So I look at 4 key areas across the business. I sort of break down, I go in and have one-to-ones with as many people in the company as possible. I ask them for the diversity data. I look at the recruitment stats. I look at like historical data around hiring, around job satisfaction, and then try to give them like holistic consultancy. And also remind them, like, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to enable those conversations and be a critical friend and question everything that's already there. I think that's a really important thing to remember with equity work. I can't give you the answers and tell you do X, Y, and Z. I can give you 3 or 4 options that could potentially help the organization, or I can question what you've already got and be that critical friend ultimately. And so these are like examples of one of the organizations I work with at Tiny, who are quite transparent. They're a child minding startup building a tech platform. And I said, look, aside from your gender sort of diversity, there were so many slides with different data on them, and this is just one. I said, look, you're predominantly a heterosexual, fairly neurotypical, able-bodied kind of team. And it was such a reality check for them because they had never looked at this from this angle before. And even looking at their leadership and how people were hired through a referral scheme, and that just led to a really homogenous sort of leadership team. And so this type of work is probably the most difficult. I'm often kicking down doors with stakeholders. You get someone at the bottom who's really passionate about D&I getting in touch. We have a budget. Can you come and help us? I go along, and then leadership are like, yeah, we wanted diversity, but not this kind of diversity. Or we wanted your help. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something.
No, I meant as in like we want a bit of diversity, but now you've brought in the whole, power, privilege conversation, intersectionality. That's way too much, and it's too, that's not what we're looking for. We just want a tick box. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly. And they thought, oh, we didn't realize it would be this much work. And I think working in this space, you have to be so resilient. Yeah, so resilient, and you have to be willing to have those difficult conversations. And a session that I had recently. So it was a room full of white people. There was one black female, and I was delivering a session around understanding bias. And this was just on the cusp of what happened with Harry and Meghan and with the Oprah interview. And we were talking through different scenarios that could come up in the workplace and how would we deal with it? Because we try and put things into practice and give people, we work it like a muscle. So we tell them, look, the more you face these situations, the more you run through them, the easier it will become, the stronger the muscle will become. in regards to equity. And one of the Black participants, she burst into tears. And I obviously said to her, look, if you need to leave, I understand it's triggering. The rest of us need to put the work in, but please feel free to take space. And before she left, she said, no one in this room has any idea what it's like to be a Black woman and work for this organization. And the room went really quiet, and everyone was really awkward, and they were like, I feel so bad. And I said, cool, how many of you are feeling uncomfortable right now? And, all the hands went up. And I said, just sit with that level of uncomfortableness, because without feeling that, we're not going to make any progress. And then obviously chasing up with the participant that left and ensuring her psychological safety. And we made sure the organization have put things in place to support her. But that's the resilience that you need to have as a facilitator to deal with situations like this. It's hard. And obviously made me really emotional. And I sort of took the rest of the day. I was like, I didn't have any sessions for the rest of the day. So I was kind of glad I didn't, because I had to decompress from that as well.
Yeah. And how do you, sorry.
No, go for it.
How do you look after yourself? I know, lived experience is it's your experience as well. Maybe potentially people that your family, your heritage, and then you've got the layer of challenging, systems, organizations. How within all of that, seeing someone else in distress and hearing racial trauma in the room, and then of course you need the time for yourself, because it does bring things up for you. How do you look after yourself within the work? And you're also a well-being, so you do lots of well-being. So I know that that's something that you actually incorporate in your practice. Yeah,
it's hard. It's a mix of things. It depends, I think now, especially with this generation, we're normalizing self-care a lot more. But at the same time, I think we're almost romanticizing things that we should be doing anyway. When people are like, oh, run yourself a bath and like have a day off and soak your feet. And I'm like, but shouldn't we be doing that anyway? Surely that's not something that we can only set aside for once a month. These are things I grew up doing and seeing my mum do and stuff like that. So I think it's important to be able to have a community. For me, I have a community of facilitators in this space. We get together once a month and just vent, like whether it's crying, whether it's, sharing stories of ridiculous things that people have said in sessions, things like, I don't see color, I don't believe in race. And where do you go to vent that kind of stuff? Like, who do you go to? You can't constantly vent publicly. And so a lot of it is around having your own tribe, having your own community, sharing your experiences to really validate what you're feeling. And also doing things that are completely outside of work. So I still haven't watched the Harry and Meghan interview, because I know I'll get triggered. And that was the same week the Black female participant left the training crying. And I said to myself, I can't do things related to work outside of my work hours this week, because it's too triggering for me. I'll burst into tears, or it'll play on my mind too much, or I won't get any sleep. So I have to sometimes compartmentalize what I do just in order for my mental health. But that's a gamble that I'm willing to take, because for me, the reward of equity work is greater than any potential damage that will come from me working in this space, if that makes sense. So yeah, going back to the strategy stuff, which it's hard, again, knocking down doors and stuff, you do get a lot of allies. Like Matt, for example, works at Tiny. He's a white guy, quite a privileged background, super invested in equity work, and just really open to ideas. And this is just an example of him sort of always shouting out the D&I work in the company Slack channel, and they're a young startup as well. And then the last two are around public speaking. So I do a lot of keynotes, lecture science, panel discussions, I'm hosting fireside chats as well. This is always great. People tend to ask you to do it for free, which is really frustrating. So I've had a lot of difficult conversations with big multi-million-pound brands, kind of saying, you want me to do equity work, but you're not really providing equity. Again, difficult conversations to have, especially with, as a person of color, and imposter syndrome and all of those great things. And then the final piece is around alternative education. So for me, I'm still passionate about working with youth. I will never stop working with young people. Even if it eventually doesn't pay, I would never stop working with young people in any capacity. And that's purely because I think building is easier than unlearning. So I do go to schools. I've worked with the Tower Hamlets Enterprise Business Partnership, and they do a lot of work at Barclays and NatWest and stuff. And we deliver skills that aren't part of the curriculum. And I still do a lot of youth work and stuff. And one of the biggest projects that were related to youth, that probably one of the most fulfilling projects of my life, is Saying Not a School project, and it's essentially a mentorship program with experts, and I was taken on as a mentor to kind of help support each cohort, and then they would enter a global competition called Solve for Tomorrow. And last year Lady Leisure was our ambassador, and I've been called back to do it again this year, so I'm really excited. yeah, so that's I would, if anyone in here is interested in it, I'd definitely go check it out. They're putting together the cohort for this year as well. And this is obviously a screenshot on the left from the Samsung cohorts. There were 4 cohorts, and they explored different topics like climate change, respecting differences online, how we can solve loneliness in a digital age, and so on. And then on the right-hand side, I was invited to speak at Empowering the Next Generation conference, which was supported by, I think, Standard Chartered Bank as well. So yeah, always doing the work at the grassroots. I think it's super important. I think that's where organizations, one, can build a generational sort of talent pool to hire later on, but also thinking about bridging that gap and really putting their money where their mouth is. If they really care about diversity, inclusion, and equity, they'll be putting their money in at the grassroots to really make that change, so we can prevent these problems from happening. And I think trying to put myself out of a job, I don't want to hear about D&I jobs in 20 years. I don't want to hear about it. We shouldn't have the need for it by then. And going back to what you said lastly, like, although this isn't a part of my day-to-day job, like self-development around myself, like continuously learning, continuously delving into people's lived experiences, and also looking after my own psychological safety is really important. And so I did a course called Enroll Yourself, which was really holistic. It was almost like therapy. It was a 6-month peer-led learning marathon. Have you heard of it, Milka?
No, I haven't. It looks amazing though. What happens in the sessions?
So it's peer-to-peer. So they have different themes. So this one was just about into my freelance career, and this one was solely around supporting freelancers. So there's 12 people. You spend a whole kickoff weekend together, kind of figuring out what your curriculum would be. So like I put up, for example, I know how to build a community. I'm great in the kitchen and like love stuff, anything to do with like cooking, and I'd love to share that, among other things. Then people like upvote what they want to learn. You then develop a session and workshop around that. You then have like mentor sessions and buddying sessions, and it culminates into this big showcase event at the end of the 6 months.
Wow.
And one of the best experiences that I've been through, and they're running more this year, and they've expanded throughout the UK. So they're doing ones for people of color, they're doing ones for solely for facilitators, one for designers. So definitely check out Enroll Yourself. I found a whole community there, and it was huge in my personal development, and it enabled me to be a better facilitator and enabled me to be a stronger person and have like a stronger stomach to work in the D&I space. So shout out to myself. And also just taking part in a lot of mindless fun. This is something called the Creative Quest, just to decompress from work. Someone called Sam Furness, who's a creative, he's a music producer. He's run a trial period of Creative Quest. The theme for my month was movement. So we did like weekly get-togethers on Zoom with people from all around the world, and we explored the theme of movement. And it was just a great way to decompress after work. And then just to wrap up, Milka, because I know we might have questions and stuff. The reason I'm tired of diversity is because I remember seeing this cartoon and thinking, this is so true. Like, equality is just treating everyone the same, but not everyone needs the same help. Especially when we think about neurodiversity, barriers to access. When we think about children who have grown up in underprivileged areas. You know, I had a session last week where we were encouraging people to expand their network. We did an activity called 5 Best Friends. So I get them to write down the 5 people closest to them in their life. Okay, can you write down what race they are next to their names? Can you write down what age they are? Can you write down their sexual orientation? Can you write down their socioeconomic background? And very quickly you realize how homogenous your inner circle is in places. And he just said to me, Taz, I'm a working class lad from Leeds. I didn't have access to anywhere. My parents couldn't afford to go on holiday or to move house. And that's just the circumstance. And that's something, again, that's a barrier to access, isn't it? If he lives in a different area, he could potentially have expanded his circle. So for me, I think the poignant thing for me here is to know, rather than just giving everyone the right access that they need, which is what we can do now in the present, actually what we should be aiming for in the future is removing any barriers to access. And this is a great kind of image from Deloitte Insights, which I think kind of paints the picture, and that's ultimately what we should be aiming for. And then finally, something someone said to me a long time ago that is in my head everywhere I go. When I see something happening and I think, should I speak up? Is it my place? Or witness other people being bystanders? I just remind myself that everything we do or don't do, and everything we say or don't say, can either help or harm equity. And you just have to roll with that. Like, you have to keep that in the back of your mind in every situation, whether it's at work, whether it's in the street, whether someone's being abused on a train. Like, in that moment, you have to remember, either you do something or you don't, but either of those things can help or harm equity. And I'm hoping that everyone here will continue the good fight for a better world. And I'll be there on the front lines with all of you, man, fighting through to the front line.
Momentum, right? Momentum.
Yeah, momentum.
We've got to keep the conversations going. And I think, what would you say to organizations that don't have a budget. So, you know, maybe there's senior leaders that are really passionate about equality, diversity, equity, actually, not even equality and diversity, that are really passionate about equity, but don't necessarily have the budget to employ yourself or anyone else. What changes can they make? Small, again, it's hard to say without the, I guess, you know, the analysis element of each organization. But as a general rule, would you have any tips for organizations just as something they can potentially start doing now?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to educate yourself. You know, in light of what happened last year with George Floyd and the whole tragedy, and then the social movement around Black Lives Matter, I saw a lot of companies came to me like, oh, we kind of want to do something, and you know, I'm not the best place for this. I think we should pass this on to someone else who has the lived experiences. But at the same time, there was a lot of, what can I read? What can I do? And it's like, okay, that's great. But should we really be putting the burden of your education on the people that this broken system is affecting the most? Like, that's a double burden. We're already affected by the system. And then on top of that, we're being given the responsibility to dismantle it at the same time. Like, that's not cool. We didn't create the system to begin with. So the first thing I always say to companies, if you don't have a budget, the best thing you can do is educate yourself. Start reading titles, start following people like Dr. Shola on Twitter. Why I'm no longer talking about race to white people. Think about reading Invisible Women. And make it your own responsibility. Like, don't rely on others to educate you. Like, that would be the first step. And the second would just be to expand your network. Go and speak to someone, like, go and knock on your neighbor's door when lockdown's over and just say, hey, we haven't spoken. We've lived on the street for 10 years, but I haven't spoken to you. Are you up for a cup of tea? Like, just be brave. Allow yourself to be vulnerable and embrace your humanity, and just know that we're not going to get it right every single time. But it's just that small, like you said, momentum. We just have to keep that momentum going. Keep having conversations. Keep exploring those that aren't in your inner circle, who don't look like you, who don't sound like you, just to get that experience.
And I think I'm really interested in what you said around be brave and what that means. Also, how do you do the work in a professional capacity? So say, for example, in regards to the youth sector, if you're a youth worker and you're not a person of color, and, you know, youth work is built on anti-oppressive practice, do you do the work in your professional role, but then leave that when you go out and your day-to-day? And it's kind of the conversation around who are you in different spaces and places, and how do you stay consistent in terms of being an ally or being a person that challenges anything that they see. So challenging inequality, and what you were saying around what you do or don't do can harm equity. How do we stay consistent both in our personal and our professional roles?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And I think sometimes people conflate like work with being something you do in the workplace, and then you can go home and have whatever views you want. And actually that's not the case, because like, you can look at research, and there's tons of stuff that I'd love to share with anyone that wants to connect with me on LinkedIn afterwards. But we look at research that shows, you know, the biggest impact from allies has been from those who see equity work as transcending themselves. It's not something we do to get credit. It's not something we do to look good. It's ultimately, it's a social responsibility to make sure we have a fairer world. I could use the example of like a police officer. Would a police officer like leave their badge at the office, walk out, witness a crime, and be like, "Meh, that's a 9 to 5. I'm not gonna say anything." That's not ridiculous. That you can't leave equity work at the door when you leave work. It's something that should be woven into the DNA of your everyday life. And I think small, consistent steps is important. I know I keep repeating that, but it's so key. But I think also remembering that without practice, we're not gonna get anywhere. And the more you exercise that inclusion muscle, the stronger it gets, the easier it's gonna be. And just allow yourself to get it wrong sometimes. I think that's the biggest thing, is people like, I don't want to offend someone by saying something. What if someone so isn't comfortable about me asking about their culture? So just be brave.
And it's a small win, right? That's the way that I process things. What can you do in your everyday life that would be a small win towards creating an equitable society? Not even just youth sector. We're speaking about all the different, you've mentioned so many different corporate organizations. You've spoken about tech. Actually, a lot of people of color are underrepresented in the tech industry, and that's an industry that is booming and will continue to boom in the future. So how can we it's not kind of like putting ourselves out there where we're exhausted or we don't have the capacity to continue, and we're burnt out with just racial justice fatigue or activism fatigue, but also how can we, the small steps, what is a small win in our everyday life, in every conversation, and in the organizations that we work in, looking at the small wins. I think that's probably the way that I process it. Yeah, no, that's such a good way to look at it. For me, I know there's lots of other wins. Like you saw the screenshots of like people of color saying, "Oh, it really resonated with me," and that's all great. Mm-hmm. And then people who are passionate about D&I coming to your stuff, that's great. But that's preaching to the choir, isn't it? It's like people that are already interested in it. Yeah, the small wins are really in when I just change one little perception in someone who maybe didn't think D&I work was important, or perhaps didn't believe that race was a thing or that racism existed. I think someone who's completely on the opposite side, like I've had conversations with people on the far right, for example. I'm very publicly left-wing, and I've had conversations with people and just changing their perception of one thing, even if they just say, you know what, I'll give an example. There's a couple of pages on TikTok that have been sharing things around hair care for Afro-textured hair. And I go straight to the comments on anything because I love to see how people react and how the human brain works. And there's people on there, like white women, saying, I have learned so much on TikTok about Black women, and I had no idea it takes this much to take care of like Afro-textured hair. And I thought, that's a win. Like all you did was share your hair with you, but someone has just understood the struggles that you face and the reason why people don't like it when you say, can I touch your hair, or your hair's XYZ in the workplace. So to me, those are the small wins, because she'll then go and tell someone else and that will ripple and continue going. And that work will continue long after we had that conversation. So yeah. And what also just around, I think I was having conversations around why are we supporting Black businesses, and people not even from a place of prejudice or discrimination. It's just genuinely young people I was having conversations with that didn't really understand. They were like, shouldn't we support everyone? But it was a conversation around actually, why do we need to support Black businesses? Why do we need to support businesses of people of color, and what that means in the bigger context and equity, and just kind of having those conversations were really important. I think there is a question.
Sure.
There's an emerging conversations about D&I being separate from HR and instead reporting directly to the CEO. What are your thoughts? Really
Absolutely, yes. This is a conversation I've been having for a long time, that equity work shouldn't be siloed into some HR function that's just a policy that's there on a pretty piece of paperwork that we look at annually to see, can we just get past it to make sure that we're still staying within like the legal realms of what our company needs to be doing, and then it's just there. Like, it's not, for me, I have conversation with companies all the time, and I just say, look, who's your steering committee? If you want me to get involved, who are your steering committee? And they'll say, oh, we have like 2 junior people, 1 middle management, and that's it, and we've been given a budget of X amount for the year. And I'm like, does your CEO or senior leadership have a say in it? And they're like, no, not really, they're really busy. I'm like, cool, I don't think you're the right organization for me to work with, because if you don't have buy-in, I can support you on getting that buy-in and we can work together. But if there's not room for it at senior level, you won't get the impact that you need. So yeah, I definitely think it should be reporting directly to the CEO, if not to maybe even the chief operating officer, or whoever's looking after like the head of growth and community, or the head of, for example. Really important to separate them. Yeah, I can see questions coming through.
So yeah, I think just different values around knowledge. What is knowledge? And I guess a lot of conversations around should people of color be the only ones doing diversity and inclusion work, or should it be that everyone can do this work? And what does that mean in terms of equity and people actually speaking from the heart and their own lived experience? Lots of conversations around that. What are your thoughts around who should be doing diversity and inclusion work?
I had a really I hear that, and do you know what? Even as a woman of color, I'm gonna be brave and vulnerable and say there was a time several years ago where I was like, why is that white man doing D&I work? What does he know about D&I? That's the honest truth, and I put my hands up and say it because I've learned over the years that actually there have been so many great allies who have been white males, white females, who don't really have much lived experience, but what they do is they provide the platform. And I think about one of the cases that I use in some of the workshops that I run, which is around, back in 1921, there was a case in Tulsa, Oklahoma in the US, where like a Black neighborhood was completely destroyed, like homes were destroyed, people were injured, killed. And the Black members of this community went to the local authorities and they said, look, we want reparations for what happened in 1921. And they said, no, sorry, it's not going to happen. And actually, it was the white allies within that community who gave emotional testimonies to the local authorities. And it was those white allies that won over the white council members. Sometimes it's about challenging your own group. So I think, do I think that white people or people who aren't people of color, for example, who don't identify as a person of color, are in the best position to deliver 100% of EDI work? No. Do I think that they can extend their privilege and allyship and pass the mic? Yes. If you have a platform and you want to do something about D&I, say your piece and then pass the mic. And I think that's the key thing about allyship and extending your privilege. It's really important. I don't think we should shoot down anyone who's white and trying to do EDI work. I think that we should have a conversation with them around what we need as a community so that they can avoid making assumptions and just put in the good work and fight the fight together.
And it's interesting because if you're in a position of power already, you spoke about it so eloquently around the power privilege, and you are in a position of power and you're doing EDI work, how do you then ensure that you're still, like you said, passing the mic, power is being equally distributed? So I think that's really important, only because I think there's been lots of conversation around what happens is that people that are doing EDI work that are not a person of color tend to get lots of bookings, tend to get more finances, right? And then what are we doing is we're actually replicating the inequality that's already there. And how do we make sure that, I guess, allies in general, it doesn't have to be white, allies in general in different causes can still do the work, but also be consistent in terms of power and being able to not take away anyone's power. That's probably the way that I think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think people often think that if you're extending your privilege, that you're losing a part of your privilege, but you're not. All you're doing is leveling the playing field. And it's important, I think. We can talk about it we could talk about this for hours, Milka. I think on a systemic level, if you think about it, we can look historically, like the white version of history is more palatable, it's more digestible. It's in general, that's just how it's been. We look at quite frankly speaking, we look at the treatment of Meghan Markle versus Prince William's wife, Kate Middleton, and we think about how, you can look at everything side by side and you can see the treatment of people very differently. So I think it's important for white allies to remember that while their platform is valuable and while their views are valuable, there is also, and while they may have a CIPD qualification or a HR qualification that puts them in a great position to do this work, we also have to remember that when it comes to equity, work, EDI work, the lived experiences are just as valuable as the qualifications. And if anything, having both going hand in hand is even better, because you can't teach lived experiences. You can't, I can get qualification on a bit of paper that's taught me some theory, and that's great. But until I put it into practice and see it come to life, it's just a piece of paper. And that's not to discredit anyone I have a degree, and, it's not to discredit anyone who's gone and done the qualification. But speaking quite frankly, when we're talking about EDI, if you want to make the impact that the communities need, you have to understand their lived experiences. That's my take on it. Like, own your platform, that's great, be an ally, but also be willing to pass the mic and extend it, because it's not about you. Equity work is not about you as a person getting credit for what you do. It's about leveling the playing field and creating a fairer world.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Honestly, I think it's been really great to hear all of your experience, your personal, you love food, I love food too, there's so much to pick up on. But it's been really great. And I think it's been really insightful for anyone that's been listening around just tips and understanding what it means to be an EDI consultant, what that looks like, and how to make sure that we're being equitable in the work that we're all doing as well. So we're going to probably take a quick break for 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with more guest speakers. But thank you so much for your time, Taz. And we'll definitely look at all the recommendations you made. I want to see and do some of the things that you were saying.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I've enjoyed being here and like seeing all the questions as well. I'll try and connect with people on LinkedIn to follow them up. Yeah,
thank you. And how do people follow you? So it was Taz on LinkedIn?
Yes, I'm the only Taz Lateef on LinkedIn. Okay, so you just search my name and I'll come up.
Easy to find you then. Perfect. Thank you so much, Taz. Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Wow, that was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. How did you find it, Mil?
Really powerful. I think it was really good to hear just so many layers of the work and understanding how we can, it's not just a rate, racial equity or racial inequality is not just a youth sector issue, it's across society. So it's good to hear from different angles, and yeah, lots of gems. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm going to bring in Aaron, as a young person. Aaron,
You okay?
how you doing, sir?
All good, all good, all good.
Yeah. So let the people. I mean, one of the things that we always talk about in the youth sector is a lot of time it's adults speaking on behalf of young people, and it's problematic. It is problematic a lot of the time because essentially, at the front and center of this work, because if we looked at the summer with all the BLM protests and all the situations that were going on, all of us saw that a lot of young people were out there.
A lot,
and I think it's because and diverse young people as well, not just black, not just Asian, not white, just young people out there saying, hold on, in 2020, people believe that this is acceptable. As a young person, how do you feel the last year has been firstly from a racial equity perspective, but also things around recruitment? Because some of the things that Leigh said about some of those statistics around unemployment and accessibility and youth programs, what's your as a young person, what's your view of the last year?
I think the last year has been very shifting for young people. I'd say it's shifting from looking for recruitment to a thing now, let's create our own doors because of the whole COVID thing that's been going on and a whole lot of subjects. It's sort of like we're taking matters into our own hands. I can just really feel it, especially with the advancements of social media, and just now it's sort of like we're cutting out the middleman. So now you can really take matters into your own hands and create your own platform. So I really feel that that's where it's going, especially like you said, with the past year and with everything that's happening. It's more prominent now more than ever. That's
what, looking at entrepreneurship and doing for self.
Yeah, most definitely. I hear that more than people looking for jobs or people looking for recruitment. I hear that a lot more now. It's a lot more of a. It might be an in thing, but I can see it going in that direction now. Definitely.
Is that? Do you feel that's because of everything? We're gonna bring in Kofi from the Urban MBA shortly, but one of the things he talks about is AI and the impact AI is going to have on society. But do you feel that, like, this growth of things like dark kitchens and people on Uber and they're cooking from their houses, you have to give someone they're not online but they're on Instagram, and you have to give 24 hours notice for them to drop off a seafood boil. There's a world out there where people are doing their best to make money legally, young people. Now think about that, cooking from their parents' kitchen.
Yeah.
Right? The Uber bike picks it up from their house and they're making, an income. Is that you think the world's going? I mean, you yourself, you give the watchers, the viewers, some of the background about what you're doing.
Yeah, so I'm into modeling, as mentioned before, and to link it to what you said, it's sort of like we're being forced to be creative. I really feel that, like me personally, I didn't feel that I was a creative person. I was told about a year ago by someone, "Oh, you have a creative side to you." I was like, "Creative side?" I'd never come from like a creative background of like photography and pictures and stuff like that. So a year ago, creative side, I was like, all right. Then a year later, I've bought myself a professional camera and I'm taking pictures and editing them myself and all that type of stuff. So it's like we're being forced to be creative. We're being forced to make things happen, like you said, in their mum's kitchen, cooking food, their own bike, and it's like we're being forced to be innovative to a degree. You're seeing sides to you that you didn't even know you had, really.
Interesting.
Definitely see.
Interesting. I'm going to bring in Kofi. I'm going to pass the mic now. Me and Milka will pass the mic over to you because Kofi, for those Oppong, those who don't know, have heard of the Urban MBA. Today, you will know about the Urban MBA. And the reason why we invited them onto the conference is because, for me, they're doing the work that really needs to be done. Yeah. I was looking on the line the other day for master's degrees, you know, range £9,000 upwards. That's just as an MBA, right? But we've got this, as you said, Ernest, we've got this generation of young people that they're entrepreneur, you know, they've maxed out on watching Gary Vee, they've maxed out on watching, you know, but also that world is a bit disingenuous, because sometimes what people are realizing, it means putting in hard work, you know, and people want to go viral and they want to go rich overnight, but ultimately it's about hard work. So what I believe that Urban MBA have done is said, okay, yeah, you can do the innovation and you can do the enterprise and entrepreneurship, but guess what? This is the tools, and this is what we're going to equip you with. So I'm going to exit and bring in Kofi, and I'll see you all on the other side.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hello, how are you, Ernest?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And it was really interesting to hear what you were saying about having to be creative and understanding that you can be. And also that young people are obviously being forced to look at things in a different way, which is
most definitely. It's something that I've just gauged, and you can just feel it in the air. Really, you can just feel that. Like I said, it's like we are being forced. You're seeing sides to yourself that you didn't really know you had, but now being in the environment we are with COVID and whatnot, it's like, okay, you have to be like this now, type of thing.
Cool. So I think it's very interesting, because we've been talking about, you're talking about enterprise, but we've been working in that sector now for about 7 or 10 years. And if you read any of the previous books or any books talking about the future, it's talking about a world of artificial intelligence. We've got blockchain, autonomous cars coming in, and America has been desecrated from that perspective. That a lot of jobs were lost before Trump came in, but it was actually lost due to automation. So and a great example of automation and AI is the fact that Amazon Fresh, which is what it's called in the UK, launched 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if you're aware of what that is.
I've seen it floating around the internet. Yeah, explain what Amazon Fresh. Explain.
I will. Yeah, it's a store that has virtually no staff. So if you open a supermarket, on average, supermarkets open with 100 staff in terms of full-time, part-time, and maybe weekends in terms of what it does. But Amazon Fresh started with 10 staff, because everything that you do is all automation, and the cameras pick you up and sensors. You just pick up the product and walk out, and it will charge your phone to your Amazon account. So I have it on good authority that all the other supermarket chains are working on all of that. So you can imagine even retail jobs at the moment are going to be at a premium in terms of what we're doing. One thing I didn't do is introduce myself, so let me just go through.
Please do.
So my name is Kofi Oppong, and I run the charity Urban MBA. It's a play on words in terms of Masters of Business Association, and the fact that people can't get to university who are naturally from our backgrounds because of the costs. And as you well know, Oxford and Cambridge get the majority of all their students from 8 schools only in London, schools like Eton. When I was growing up, I have first generation African Ghanaian parents, and I did not get along with my parents when I was younger, and we ended up getting into an argument that they kicked me out, and it was actually quite interesting. I've told this story many times, but it is a true story of I went to a Salt and Pepper Big Daddy Kane concert that he told me I couldn't go to at that time. And when I came back, my dad had locked me out of the house, so I slept on a local park bench, and then I went back home about 6 a.m. in the morning, knowing that somebody should be up in my household to let me in. But my dad had left 2 black bin liners of clothes outside the house. And so that was me kicked out of house and home. I ended up wandering the streets for a bit. I lived in my friend's car for a bit. But through all of that, I really love sports. And in particular, sports taught me a lot about life. And while I couldn't do anything else correct, one thing I could do was turn up on Sunday at Wanstead Flats or whatever to play semi-pro or part-time football on time and in the morning. So what it did, it gave me a bit of drive and some understanding of the world, and I ended up in the end getting a retail job for JD Sports, and ended up being one of the managers there, and then went on to join Nike in 1998, where we opened Nike Town, and then I, with all of that information and all of that knowledge that I had, I recognized that a lot of my life was based around the fact that I wasn't really taught enough at an earlier age in school. And actually, I didn't get anything out of school when I look back, because all my learning came from books such as Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Think and Grow Rich. All of those books shaped where I sort of became. If I'd been taught how to set goals at an earlier age, I felt that I would have been much further ahead. And it was lucky. That I sort of stumbled upon it. I then went on to think, well, how can I give back to my community? And looking back at what was going to happen, or looking forward to what was going to happen, all these books are predicting a world that's going to become either based around rich or poor and no middle class. And we're actually starting to see that now in terms of those things that are happening. So I created Urban MBA because, one, I think that these generations are learning different. You have what's called a 4 to 8 second filter, i.e. you take information in bite-sized chunks, and the way the schooling system works is not conducive anymore for people learning in terms of the way that you guys learn. So it's really hard for them to concentrate because they can't just do one subject for 8 hours or whatever it may be. And so we need to adapt our learning style in order to cater for Gen X and Y. So one of the things that we do in the course is we have a couple of things. We use video footage to really highlight a lot of key subject matters, and in particular storytelling, because as an African growing up, storytelling was how we communicate. And you find that when people tell stories, you remember those stories a lot better. So if I gave you an example, the stories that we use for goal setting are based around the Matrix film, Red or Blue Pill, because we're talking about the subconscious mind and getting people to understand things like that and how it can influence you, in particular in what you said about creativity. So, having left and right hemispheres of the brain, we go as deep as those types of things for you to understand who you are. And then we can then impart some other knowledge about business. So the other things that we do is we then give a life skill and a vocational skill with what you're taught, and then how you can use it into where you're going to go into the future. So that tells you a bit about me and a bit about what Urban MBA is. We've had over 260 people through our courses, and one of the key things is that what we found is that if you stick with something, you will ultimately get there. The problem a lot of the time, Ernest, is that most people give up a bit too early before they can get to where they want to go. And that's the key thing that we found as well. Keep it down.
So you mentioned earlier that there's a lot of life skills that you picked up from playing sports earlier. What sort of life skills do you carry now and into your business Urban MBA that you did pick up early on with sports and football?
So I sort of just touched on it just a second ago. The key thing that I've learned about sports is about resilience. And I think that in life generally and in entrepreneurship, it's about resilience. You don't need as much skill as what people say. Yes, you need to know your subject matter and all the other things, but you will pick them up as you go along. As you are around more of the correct people, you will pick that up and you will get better. What cannot be taught are resilience and attitude. So if you don't have the correct attitude, it's very hard for you to be taught anything at all. And if you don't have resilience, you can't keep going when things are impacting you. So, you're in a situation of sport of that you're losing. I remember one time we were losing 3-0 in a football game, and my coach just said to me, you know what? Don't worry about that. We're just going to win this half. So the first thing you've got to do is stop them scoring and maybe get one back and see what happens. And the whole shift of mindset, and we're talking about sport, but if you played any sport, the psychology is that once you score a goal back, the team automatically starts protecting itself. And all of a sudden, there's more space on the pitch than you expected. We ended up drawing that game 3-3. But the lesson I learned from that is never giving up. You know, it's that type of thing with resilience. And I think if we can impart more resilience into people in terms of a life skill, that is the way that we can help a lot more people get to where they want to get to. The skills will come along. I think, as I said, you'll learn them as you're around the right people, but you cannot teach attitude, and maybe the resilience part of who you are needs to be able to come out to deal with the problems associated with life as well as with business.
No, most definitely. And you do see that a lot. You see a lot of talented people, genuinely talented people that don't make it in whatever field they're in. And it's disappointing to see, because you'll see someone that's probably better than you, but you end up, you know, advancing more than them because, like you mentioned, they don't have that resilience or that grit to sort of make it through. So what would you say was one of the hardest things you come across building your business during the years? What's one of the things that really hit you and sort of challenged your resilience?
Okay, so I'm going to talk on a couple of prickly subjects in terms of maybe what we should do. So when I got online, I could hear you talking about what happened with Black Lives Matter as an example. And one of the things about people who are building businesses who are from the BAME side of things is we lack access to finance. So that's a really big problem, and it's that financial area you're always going to need in order to build your business. So disappointingly, although I'm involved in social enterprises and charity, frequently when I go to a lot of these meetings, I am one of a few token Black people, even in the space of social enterprises and charities. So it is quite difficult because you're trying to get your message across and get more finance because you can do more. But on the other hand of things, you still have those same problems that exist in the outside world as what you would have in the business world of convincing people to give you that money. And a lot of it can sometimes be as simple as just your background. Where are you from, and whether we can do that. So that's one of the hard things. I think the other thing, as I talked about, is discipline, so that you're doing things. You need to understand finance, cash flow. Those things are really, really important. And being a creative yourself, you're good at always creating the stuff, but not always monetizing it. And so what happens is that you like creating a lot, but nobody is there to show you how to then make it into a business. And so the ideal thing for you, Ernest, would be to get somebody who's much more business focused to join you in your team, because then your creativity is matched with somebody who has a much better understanding of business, and then you can go ahead a lot better. And that's what people don't consider enough. A lot of people tend to hire people who are very similar to themselves because naturally you think you get along with them, and that is not the aim of business. So I always tell people to watch out for that. Just because you get along with somebody doesn't necessarily make them the best person to be part of your business. What you've got to do is look for what you need them for, and then think about that from that perspective as to who you bring in.
Wow, yeah. I've never thought of that, because naturally you'd incline to someone that you're similar to.
Yeah.
That you'd get along well, and through that you could sort of move forward. I never thought of that.
No, it's one of the big problems in businesses that you see all the time. And I remember when somebody taught me that, and I just recognized that that's always the case, that people want to get along so well that they think that's what they need, but that's not necessarily the right situation. You're looking for a solution to what your issues are. So the first thing you should be doing is writing what your problems are down, and then thinking about how can you tackle those problems, because generally the basis of business and operationally wise is your business will be great if you're solving a problem for somebody. Or you're solving some form of a problem. And in the same sense, when you look at your business, you should think about it in terms of which are the problems within your business, and then how do you solve them. So if you take that perspective, it is much easier to get your business moving. And it also, if you've got structure that you're looking at it from a quarterly basis, a yearly basis, 6 months basis, where you're reviewing these things, it then makes it a lot easier to then, again, find solutions to the problems that you have.
Okay. And would you say you building your team, was that part of one of the problems you had to come across, or did it sort of flow naturally as you grew, your team grew, or was it something you had to genuinely sit down and say, okay, let me find myself a person in this department, that department? What was that like building for you?
So I've got a bit of an edge because I've had a corporate background, so I've seen it in action. So there's, and I think that's what's always made life a lot easier for me. Other people can't see it more than sort of me because I've had 20 years in retail at high level. So if you're looking for the #1 sports and fitness company in the world, and I'm, I told you I was homeless 1 minute, the next minute I'm traveling the globe representing Nike. The shift cannot be far enough away, Ernest, that even the first time that I went abroad, one of the things is that somebody came up to me and said hello, and I was nearly putting my fists up because you don't do that in the UK. You don't do that in the UK. I get on the train every day on the Central Line on a journey that I don't speak to anybody. So when you go abroad and all of a sudden everybody's talking to you in that way and it's a different culture, it was a big mind shift. And so obviously understanding that you have to build a culture around your company, and what is that culture and what values do you have that you're embedding into that, then helps you decide what team you also should get, because you've got some values, Ernest, and those values must be the priority of what you also put into your business, because you'll find that when somebody crosses those values, it becomes a problem for you to work with them, because it then creates a lack of trust. So I've got an idea, but we've got such a varied team. And what we tend to do in Urban MBA is get people to do stuff, learn, and they tend to move on to other jobs and bigger jobs. And so we've got a revolving train of people who are learning, training, developing, and then moving on if they don't have their businesses.
Nice. Just going back to that point you made there, it made me laugh. And it's so true, because it's like you said, growing up in London, wherever we're going, got headphones in, we're just focused, trying to get where we're going to work or meeting a friend or whatever. We don't really, it's like the social skills to interact with one another aren't built naturally in the environment that we're in, if that makes sense. So do you, working with so many young people and helping them start up their own business and stuff like that, do you see that in them? Do you see that there's a lack of social skills in them? Do you see that they do have the social skills, they just don't use them? What type of things do you spot in them, in the young people?
I'm going to give you a great scenario that I've got a guy who's got a fashion brand that might take $500,000 this year, right? He's been with me for 7 years. Okay, now very few people know who he is, so they actually put in his name onto a Google to search for him. Now I have major challenges with him even now after 7 years, because he doesn't have those social skills where he likes to be out there. So just recently, his business, St. Giovanni, is what it's called. When we first started, his brand was called Inheritance, and I said to him, why is it called Inheritance? And he said, it's about Kofi, it's about getting your money, your peas, it's all about that type of thing. And, and this is an example, and we are going into social, because so many young people see poverty around them that initially, when they want to do anything, it's like, we want to come out and show people in the world what we can do. The fact of the matter is that Inheritance is a terrible brand name, in my opinion. So I told him, you've got to think of what it looks like in 20, 30 years down the line. So he then, I remember the conversation was, I thought he would never come back. So he came back and he sat down about a month later. He said, I didn't like what you said to me. But I've done my research, and the brand's now going to be called St. Giovanni de la Mode. And I was like, okay, what does that mean? It stands for old French fashion, i.e. fashion never dies. It's like a circle. I said, we've got something here. And I've just been with him time and time again. But his attitude has changed so much. He's developed so much, but he's still got this thing about social skills that he doesn't want to come out there. And recently people have been ripping his brand off a bit because they're copying his starts. And I'm like, that will be solved when you come out as to who you are and everything else as part of that whole scenario. So we've had him as an example where he's still learning about social skills, but he's now in big demand because people are like, who is he? Who are you? They want to know him, and he has to come across for that particular reason. But he's, I can never be more proud of somebody, because I mean, we've had our ups and downs in terms of how he is, and I'm his mentor, so we always get a challenge in terms of what we're talking about and getting him to see where he's going forward. We've also had a young lady called Victoria, who most people know now because she's quite famous. She runs Sunmost Snacks, and she was on our course 5 or 6 years ago, and she's predicted to be the next big African female producer. So her plantain chips is initially what she started with, and she's now in Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Amazon, and there's quite a few of them. And she actually last year she talked to Boris about how she's managed to get from where she's come from to there, and she's since become a trustee in our organization, and she gives talks to young people as well as inspiration now of what she's done at the age of 26, 27. So she was on my course when she was 22, 23. And yeah, no doubt she'll probably be a millionaire soon. Who knows? But she's now advising across the board. And we've got a lot of them like that. You mentioned cooking earlier on. We've had a lady who started a cooking business through the pandemic. She's doing really well, and she's got all her hygiene certificates. She does it from home, and is doing it. So you can do these things, and you're right. A lot of these things have happened because of what's happened before. But in terms of all this stuff like attitude, I always have to say to them, you've got to get that chip off your shoulder, and you've got to be able to communicate with people.
Okay. Just had a question. Yeah, come up here for you.
Yeah.
Can you share? Oh, you actually just mentioned one now. Can you share some of the success stories that have gone through the Urban MBA?
Okay, so that's one or two I've given you there who are the most high profile in terms of, there's about another 6 or 7 that you can go onto our website and have a look at. The other thing as well that we don't hear so much, because those are the big ones that are shown, but there's been people who have come into what we've done and gone on to work. So there was a young lady who's also become a trustee, and her journey was, I helped her get a social media job when she was really young. Then I helped her to, she then went to uni, came back. She gained work experience here for a bit, then went away again, and she's now working for Teach First. And just recently, proudly at the age of 24, whatever it is, she just bought her first property. So, you know, people are saying young people can't buy properties these days, but they can. And her journey was different to the entrepreneurship side, is that she came here just to gain life skills and a bit of knowledge around, but she's sensible enough to now do that. Now, the knock-on effects for that, Ernest, is that her brother is now here, and the cousin has also come here doing work experience, and they're all excellent at what they do. But there's that level of trust that's been built in, that they can see success of what's happened to their sister, and there's a place where they can move on to.
Nice. It's nice when you see that ripple on effect, because it's sort of like confirmation that this is genuinely working. The fact that you're seeing not just her generation. I'm sure. How old is the younger sister or the younger sibling?
So the brother came here at 18. He's now doing accountancy for us. The other one, Mardi, he is doing our social media, and he's just revamped it all. And he's like 19, 20. So these people get opportunities here to do things. And I take risks, granted, but I think you have to. That is the whole thing about what happens in other businesses and corporates, that they won't take the risk anymore. But that's what we're here for. We will take the risk. We will support you. You might make mistakes, but those mistakes are on me. They're not on you. And that's the big thing that we like to do. So I think that's one of those. I think the only barrier I would say Urban MBA has had to face really is I feel that the education system is too slow. So we've talked about artificial intelligence. We've talked about autonomous cars coming, blockchain. Data is the most important information now out there, data, in terms of people's data from social media that you mentioned earlier on, etc. What the people at the job center, etc., don't take into account is that we need to give them change with the times as we move along, and it's not changing fast enough. And they also don't believe entrepreneurship is the way to go, which is completely wrong because of the skills that it teaches you. So we are gearing people up to still be employed when the predictions for employment as we go forward are less. So if I gave you an example, the DWP, the Department of Work Pensions, I've just started setting up hubs, right? Now, it's taken them a long time to realize this, but these hubs will have a coach, a life coach. It's not like the job center, which is soul destroying. They've got an environment that's beautiful. And so they're trying to encourage more because they can't cope with the sheer number of unemployed people who are coming through at the moment because of furlough and all of those things. So my barrier has always been over the last 7 years trying to tell people and saying back more entrepreneurship with Urban MBA, because everybody's always like jobs, 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 jobs. Unfortunately, we don't even know what jobs are going to be here for the future. They're not, nobody knows because of technology. And so the barriers of us getting the right funding to be able to go forward and do and teach what we teach has been our hardest barrier. But the successes are coming out now. And now they're so big that people can't not play it down, and they're trying to work out what's really going on. So I think the challenge for us is always staying one step ahead of what's happening from in terms of technology and keeping up to date. But we're not regulated by the education system, which means that we can turn something around in a second if it changes, compared to the jobs education system having to wait 24 months for any small change. Within that time, 15 social media sites could have turned up.
It's true. It's true. And we're seeing them pop up like this, really. All these new social media sites. What's the latest one? Clubhouse now?
Yeah, Clubhouse.
Clubhouse was TikTok.
Yeah.
There's going to be another one in the next couple of months from now. I can see it happening.
So if you imagine, if you went to university and you got taught social media in year 1, by the time you get to year 3, it's obsolete. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah, and you've just paid £30,000 to learn something in year 1, but by year 3, the ones that you learn are probably not even going to be in existence. That's the speed at the moment of what's going on, and why we are having so much a big divide between young people and what we think they're going to be doing in terms of jobs. The system isn't set up to support you to be ready for what's coming next, in my opinion.
Okay. Just to go back to a point you made before, you said that people are being forced into employment, and that's what you hear a lot: employment. Then obviously the other route is entrepreneurship. How do you vet someone to see if they have the skin for entrepreneurship? Because like you said, it takes a lot of discipline, it takes a lot of grit, it takes a lot of resilience. If someone hasn't got these attributes, what other routes would they take? And how would you vet them for the right path, if it's entrepreneurship or if it's employment?
Okay, so I want to come back to that by talking about my history and things that have happened there. So I think one of the biggest problems with people who want to be entrepreneurs and is that they don't understand what it takes. But on the other hand, as well, you also need some grounding work in terms of what you want to do. So it's not a bad thing, even if you did get a job in a coffee shop, because it gives you structure. It gives you an understanding of all of these things. So in our course, we have week 4. It's called MVP week, which is minimum viable product. Now, what we do is that they've done their research, etc. They then come onto that part and they have to present their idea to a panel at that particular stage to see where they've got to. So they've done their research, seen the sector, what's the growth, etc. And we find that 40% of the people with business ideas change their idea at the particular time, because once they've done their research, they can see it's not viable. We then get to closer towards the end of the course, and what we then do as well is we say to people, look, you haven't got enough experience in this area. It doesn't mean you cannot be an entrepreneur, but you need to maybe go and do 3 to 6 months here so that you can see the way the environment works and understand enough about that sector for you to be able to go into it. So that's the only reason that we recommend jobs or we ask people to go and find work experience in those sectors so they understand what is involved in what they have to do, because not knowing that at all at the beginning means you're blind when you're getting towards a business. So we give them that support, but we also are very real with them when we say, at the moment, you're not quite ready to be an entrepreneur, but you've got some great skills here. You've learned this great stuff here. Now you need a bit of experience, then come back and we will support you, or you do it on the side with do it as a side hustle and build it up across time.
Would you say some people are naturally built for it?
Okay, so I have a lot of arguments with entrepreneurs about this, because entrepreneurship's not for everybody. I disagree. And the really interesting thing about disagreeing is that, as I've said to you, it's not the skills, it's the grit and the resilience that you must have first and foremost. If you have that and you get that from somewhere else, because I got it from sport, some people get it through life and what's happened to them. It's where you get that understanding from will mean you're capable of doing most things. Like I said, you can build the skills onto anything else that you want, but as your attitude, as a person, or can you take that? And also the other thing is, are you doing something that you love? Because most people are chasing money, Ernest. So if you're chasing money, what that tends to do is that you do not love what you are doing. So the first time something trips you up, you run away from what you're doing. I love what I do. So despite all the challenges I told you about funding and all the other things, it doesn't stop me.
Most definitely. Yeah. Got a question from Mumtaz Lateef. Question for Kofi. How can we future-proof education? Because it very clearly needs to be sustainable.
Oh, that's the billion and one question. The education system needs to, in the way that, so I've just described to you the job center and how they're now creating what we call hubs. These hubs are going to be in shopping malls. They're taking that environment away where you've got the DWP on the high street. It's obvious that you're going into a job center. There's stigma around it and all the other things, into a more lovely environment where it's not so destroying, and they've got things like life coaches, which I never thought the DWP would ever do. And I think that same approach now needs to be looked at in terms of school. In terms of what we are doing in school, we have to quicken the process. 3D printing is already starting to print properties in rural areas or in countries where they live in shacks, and so they now have bricks and mortar. That is going to change the architectural industry. That is going to change building and construction. Are we teaching 3D printing already at school? The answer is probably no. We're mentioning it, but these now need to be the key things in the curriculum. But it takes so long for the curriculum to decide what they should be putting in there that it becomes difficult for them to do that. So they need to open up the process and speed it up with a shorter length of time, because the speed technology is going. And as we move into the 5G era, which is absolutely going to change everything that we do, it cannot cope. And so to Lateef's question is, if they don't have a review of how quick they can add new systems into the education system, we are always going to be behind.
Yeah. Like even for me personally, I've done all right in school, but at the same time, it wasn't I was more excited for school for my friends. Let me put it that way. I wasn't more excited for school to sit there for however many hours, 7 to 8 hours, and learn something I'm not genuinely interested in. I picked up more social skills in school than I did genuine education.
Yeah.
You know, so I'd say those are the really only upsides when it comes to like education and stuff like that, is that the social skills that you do pick up in school.
Yeah.
Most definitely. But besides from that, not really much. But what would you say was, even while you were in school, would you say that school shaped and helped you now? What sort of elements from school helped you now, would you say?
Nothing apart from sports. I've got to be honest with you. I didn't
Really?
And maybe there's a better way of sort of describing. You say about life skills, etc. at school. Yes, I did, because you're around people, right? But we already know, Ernest, that if you look at kids up to 13-year-olds, black kids or black boys in particular do really well in education. They get to 13 and then they start dropping off. They start dropping off because there's no role models in anything that they see that they do in the education system. Then there's another period that they get to 16 where the career service tells you you can't do anything. And so then they get even more dispirited before they sort of go off. So when you look at those 3 periods, I don't think that there is enough being done to encourage people like myself when I was in school and yourself to do something different. We cannot just be operating on just maths and English, and even the way that they're taught at the moment is memory based. It is not about life, right? Yeah. So if I gave you a great example, if I went into business studies, I would have preferred if they showed me how to do cash flow and then showed me then how to apply cash flow in my normal life, right? Because by the time I was 16, I would know how to manage money.
Of course, yeah.
Right? And that's where the problem is when we say life skills. So when I talk about entrepreneurship and I say life skills, when we teach people how to do cash flow, that cash flow is not just a business tool. It is, hang on, do it for your life. What comes in and what comes out. We play a game with it. And when you use the word even cash flow, that scares everybody. And I'm like, no, it's not cash flow. It's just what comes in and what goes out every month. You make them understand that. And you say, well, actually, that can teach you some money management. So it isn't just for a business. It's for you as well. And if we taught that at the age of 11 to me, I would be in a much better position than where I am now. So this is where the system needs to be changed and different, because to answer your question, I don't feel any of that was really given to me at school. That came after.
Yeah, sad, and we see it across the board as well. It's got a question here. Takeaway time. Oh, can you name the top 3 growth industries which young people should seriously consider?
Yeah, I think I've named a couple of them. One was 3D printing. That is going to be 3D printing. We've got there's lots of stuff to do with autonomous cars, artificial intelligence, all of these things that are coming out. So you need to understand all of that. The biggest one next, and the biggest thing that anybody needs to consider, is 5G and the 4th industrial revolution. So we're rolling out. So I'm going to go really top end here. Everybody forgive me when I say
no, go on. Let's hear it.
So there's something called the Great Global Reset, which is I think that Charles Schwab keeps talking about at the top level, and that we cannot go back to what we currently had before. And these systems are now changing. As a young man, many young people are talking about cryptocurrency growth, and everybody's talking about how high they've got. All of these things are new ways of payment, new gateways of payment. The bank system has changed, and that's why all these challenger banks like Starling, Monzo, all of these things are changing. And just to give you an example of that, I was sending some money to European people through my bank, NatWest, and they tried to charge me £30 per transfer on 300 people. Now there's another company called TransferWise, and it was 56p, because and so the banks can't rip you off anymore, because technology changed the way the system's operating, that people, to your point that you made about you being an Instagram person, it's all changing. So those areas, 5G, investigate, 3D printing, investigate, blockchain, investigate. All of these things are ways that we can start getting in there early. And our problem as BAME people is that we always get into the cycle of a business thing at the end. And when I say the cycle of a business area at the end, even with mobile phones, you now get your guy on the market store selling mobile phone covers, right? So that means it's gone now, but that means it's gone through a cycle. And to get to that level means you've missed the majority of it, right? And that's why we're there. So a big thing that we teach is being in at the right time. These are new technologies. You get into it now which is what all the big boys are doing at the moment, and understand it, you will definitely make money. It is the biggest problem that many of us from a BAME perspective just see historically what we've done and try to replicate that, whether it's in music again and again, it's in fashion again and again, because we've got role models there. But that is not where things are going. Where things are going is blockchain, it's 5G, it's all of these things that are coming. And that's what we need to learn and stop considering what used to happen in the past, because that's now moved on.
Why do you think we get into it so late?
Because of our role models and what we think is there. We don't get enough. I mean, I'm talking to you about Charles Schwab and the fourth industrial revolution. People will be going, what is he talking about? I spent time researching. I spent time looking at what's going on. You can see there's a massive shift. So our predictions at Urban MBA was even online training was going to be £230 billion by the year 2025. It's there now because of COVID. So everything's been brought 5 years ahead of schedule. And to give you an example of that, Zoom was worth nothing. Zoom, the technology, was worth nothing only a year ago. Zoom is now $1 billion company because of what COVID has done. And so that just, but you know why? And you asked the point, why do we, they had the technology ready, and you wait for the circumstances and boom, you're away. And that's the thing. They were gearing themselves up with new technology about what could be happening for the future. It wasn't doing great. They were marketing it, and then circumstances changed just like that, and you're ready, and then it takes off.
Wow. Yeah. Right place at the right time, really.
100%. But also you can know what that is by just preparing yourself.
Forecasting to a degree as well.
Exactly. And that's the key thing that we teach, that a lot of other entrepreneurial businesses and stuff don't teach that type of thing.
No, definitely. So what could we see from Urban MBA in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years even? What's the new goals you've set out, or where do you want to take it now?
So I think that we now need to already, again, 2-3 years ago, people were not talking about co-working spaces and business hubs as a thing. I think in the same way that the DWP are doing that, we want to create business hubs that will support the likes of you, Ernest, that you can come there and there are lots of you all learning about business and developing, and it doesn't feel like one of those geeky places that you feel that you're not privileged to be in. We want to create many of them and franchise versions of Urban MBA up and down the country. And we've also started looking at Africa in particular. My home country is Ghana, and I've had a lot of calls to take this out there. So the next stage is how do we roll out internationally? But first we've got to do that thing here, that we want to have business hubs that really help young people like you who are recognizing that you have to be creative, that you have to think out of the box if you're going to survive over the next through this fourth industrial revolution. And then we can teach you what's coming. You can then make informed choices and then decide what you want to do. At that moment, at this moment, that knowledge is not in your grasp, and that is the problem. So we want to roll out up and down the country, really start getting people understanding that it's really technology that drives the world, added to your life skills and your background can help you then develop to where you want to go to. And we will definitely then roll out internationally, because there's a need for this. Ghana in their second revolution, but they're going to hit the fourth industrial a lot quicker than these countries, because we've seen it. And so this is the right time, as an example, to go out there and international. So.
Most definitely. It's funny you mentioned the whole creativity thing. And back home, there's a conversation I was having not too long ago, and it's like, we think we're creative here in the Western world. I'm from Zambia.
Oh, cool.
And getting videos sent from back home and hearing stories, and it's like creativity back home is raw and it's not forced.
Yeah,
you know, it's like it's so innate, and it's beautiful to see. And like you did mention, as soon as you do sort of branch abroad, the type of talent and new things that you'll pick up there is going to be insane, because it's like the home of creativity, and you really do see it back home. You really do.
They are hungry for it. They are hungry for it
Yeah.
because they've got nowhere to go. And I think sometimes in the UK, we believe we're too privileged.
Most
And
definitely.
I'm like, I've grown up, because obviously I wasn't born in this country. I came here when I was 6. So I know what my other family members in places like Africa are doing. They're walking around with no shoes and stuff. They're happier than me. And so I've got a question. Why is that happening? And so we're bombarded with so many things over in the Western world with social media, the peer pressure and all of that. These people are wondering how they're going to eat tomorrow. It's very different, you know, in terms of that. So it makes them hungry and want to develop and see where they want to go. And I suppose we need to try and find that environment here with young people, get them to understand their privilege and listen, don't waste this opportunity. You only get one life. How do we get that message across at an early enough stage and then give them the right information to then go forward and utilize that?
Most definitely, most definitely. Kofi, thank you very much for all the information you shared today. I'm walking away with a lot of new information. You know,
Okay.
it was very helpful. I'm definitely going to be following up with your website on Urban MBA, and it was very helpful. But yeah, thank you. I'll let Ray Douglas take over now.
No problem. Thank you.
Kofi, wow, you were going in.
I was.
Yeah, talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and you know what was beautiful to watch? The interaction, and it's almost Aaron being the young person turning up at Urban MBA and saying, "Talk to me about this place, big man." Right? But the truth is this, and as much as you said, the DWP are pivoting and doing the right thing, you know, in trying to reach out, be places that are more friendly, this reducing the stigma. Likewise, within youth spaces, you know, there should be urban MBAs across the sector. So, you know, for those of you who want to get involved with, and obviously 2021 means that it can be remote, there can be pop-ups. So if anyone wants to get hold of the team at Urban MBA, you can see the website there at the bottom of the page. I'm sure, as you can see, there's a lot of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding over there. And just to bring it back, because I'm an old school brother myself, getting thrown out for Big Daddy Kane, it's not worth it. But I understand, right? I understand. Yeah, just to hear the Rasta Kane live and Warm It Up Kane and Raw. But yeah, so I see. I applaud your journey, and I love the work that you're doing, and people are feeling it as well online. What I'm going to say now is, because we're all about self-care, is we're going to take a comfort break. Aaron, thank you very much for hosting that. That was phenomenal. What we're going to do is we're going to take a comfort break, people. Yeah, and we'll see you in approximately 20 minutes with some good representation and some great conversations from Resole CIC. Okay, so we'll see you on the other side. Peace.
Cool.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Ray Douglas and Aaron Feary, and welcome back to the Momentum Conference. Aaron, did you do a costume change?
Yeah, man.
You can't just floss on me like that. Is it because of our next guest?
Say that again.
Is it because of our next guest? Because you know it's about fashion and.
Yeah. I got to show up properly, man. I have to. It's only right.
Wicked. How did you find this morning from a young person's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think conversations like this are definitely needed, and you know, I'm privileged enough to be able to access someone like this, because this is information that, let alone hearing it, is vital. But at least having the ability to have a one-on-one and ask personal questions, it's a privilege, man. So yeah, it was very helpful this morning. Very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, all of them. I mean, working backwards, Kofi. That itself, listening in was just like precious. You know, that's what people are charging hundreds of pounds of hours just to share and impart knowledge. So that was good. Taz was like phenomenal. I thought, you know, she came from a place, a different place with it. So yeah, that was beautiful. So I'm gonna give a bit of backstory. So the next guest is interesting, to say the very least, with a background in and I won't overspeak about what they're going to share with us. But pre-lockdown, I went and visited their space over in Brixton, or what it wasn't actually open yet, and been having conversations about what they're trying to do, and that is essentially support the homeless, but via the platform of trainers. Now, people would like, well, how is that different?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about it, number one, obviously it's a black-led organization, but number two, they are bridging that gap between not just the sneaker world, but the sneaker world, homelessness, and corporate social responsibility. So quite unique, and I don't know any organization like them, but I'm gonna bring them into the stream now.
Okay.
What's happening?
Good day. How you doing, Moosa?
Good. I'm there. I can't complain. Just making sure I got all this, the big paperwork ready. Is it?
But you know what? I'm gonna say, because we had at the start of this conference today, we had the chief exec of the NYA on the live, and he's on annual leave. But I've got to say, mashallah, you're taking home the trophy for commitment, because if you don't mind me sharing, you became a new dad about 3 hours ago, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
So officially you're on paternity leave.
That's what I'm saying. I'm on maternity leave right now.
So welcome. So what tell us all about Resole CIC.
So Resole CIC. So he's saying we kicked off already, yeah?
Kicked off, bro. We're ready.
So Resole CIC, the essence of it is to, you know, bring change and, you know, have a different approach to engaging with young people, generally speaking. So where's Chris? Is Chris in it?
No, is Chris coming on the
We've
audio?
seen him in here.
Chris, how you doing?
He said he should be in here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
engaging young people.
Yeah, engaging young people. So when we started the organization, obviously one of our main aspects is, you know, delivering footwear to the homeless community and supporting the homeless community with footwear and, you know, proactively promoting good health with feet, and just being able to understand that the homeless community are a community that, you know, their mode of transport is their feet. They walk everywhere. You know, they're not on the public transport. They're not driving, you know. So it was very important for us initially to just be out there and make a serious impact in our community, especially, you know, coming from the background that we come from, and the image that also kind of showed, you know, people like ourselves being in the community and supporting that homeless community. I think it had a strong impact. But also one of the main things was, like I said, was to engage young people, because I grew up in an era where I remember, like, you know, people will get on the bus and they'll check you for your trainers. A man will get on the bus and ask you, "Oh, what shoe size are you?" And you're looking at the man, you're like, "What do you mean, what shoe size am I?" And man's looking at your shoe size, your jacket size. So obviously, as a young person growing up, you know, we came across a lot of my peers would have been through a situation where they were robbed for their brand new trainers coming back from JD or Foot Locker, and we knew the pressure of footwear, clothing. We just know the immense pressure that brings a young person. We know how it feels to go back to school after a long 6 weeks break, and you're still in the same dead trainers, and everyone's on you in the playground, and you're trying to make excuses that, "Don't worry, I got my new thing. Watch when we're allowed to wear our own clothes. I'm gonna bust it." But this time here, you know, you ain't got nothing. This is it. This is all that you've got. You know what I'm saying?
You're making Aaron laugh. You're making Aaron laugh here, like this is something fresh in his head that went down.
He's opening wounds. He's opening wounds.
I just jumped in. I think going back to the era he's talking about as well. So we've known each other for over 20 years. We used to just put on each other's trainers, each other's jackets, each other's shirts. But with social media now, young people can't do that without the stigma saying, "Why are you wearing other people's clothes?" Whereas when we were younger, we'd want to talk to a girl, "Let me put your trainers on quickly. Let me put a jacket on quickly." Do you know what I mean? It's a completely different space that young people are operating in now when it comes to clothing and the pressures that they're under. And especially with the marketing of the brands, which we'll get into a bit later, young people, the amount of pressure they're under right now is unique because of the generations of social media. So I just feel like the difference in the generations, like us growing up in that generation, Aaron, the generation you're growing up in, it's a vast difference of what we were able to do with our clothes and how you could wear something without being checked on it. I just think that's a unique thing to look at as well in the difference of generations. Like my eldest is 20 in university. The pressures he's facing with brands is nothing like what we had growing up. It's a different space altogether. I think that's just something to keep in our minds when we think about what the impact a shoe has once you give it to someone.
Interesting. So with the evolution of hyper-consumerism, right? So I always say it and people roll their eyes at me, but I'm old enough to remember Adidas 4-stripe, right? And upside down Puma. And, you know, you could squeeze them in primary school, but what we see now in the advent of the global world, the advent of the online world, social media, that, you know, I was in a school in times gone by where I'd see a young person with a Gucci belt in school and it wasn't a fake. So the pressures around complying and keeping up are immense. But and we want to get into the brand element of it, but I said at the start of the interview that you occupy this place, in this intersectional place in the middle between homelessness, the corporate world, and corporate and social responsibility around trainers. So for those who are not au fait with the story of footwear, not as in wearing it, but what does it cost? What kind of industry is it, the footwear industry, when we're talking about numbers?
In terms of how many shoes are getting made on a yearly basis, or what's happening?
Thrown away, you know, everything.
Yeah, we're talking about some 6 billion, you know, in footwear as a whole, you know, getting produced yearly. We're talking about 300 million ended up in landfills. You know, there's a lot of wastage in terms of what's going on. And with our organization, we're talking about £500,000 worth donated within the first 18 months. You know what I'm saying? It just shows the need of footwear. And I just feel like initially when you think about it, you just think to yourself, okay, footwear, I get it. But then when you start to look at the avenues and the different sectors in terms of, and people that need the footwear, you start to realize, you know, how important it is as a tool of engagement and just being able to have that initial conversation. Because I feel like when you look at clothing, there's something that footwear does that no other piece of item can actually do for you in terms of clothing, which is it regenerates your whole outfit. You know what I mean? Like you can have on a ripped up pair of jeans, you know, mash up hoodie, whatever. But if those Jordans are fresh, baby.
Yeah. Perfect link. If they're fresh, Chris, what happens? How do you feel?
So this is one of the things, the best part about we're doing it, whether it is a young person, whether it's a homeless person, that impact straight away of putting a fresh pair of shoes on is massive. It really is. You can't until you come out. People when it's safe and we've got some scope, I'd invite people to come down sometimes to the outreach, come down to the hub and really see what this is, because essentially what we're offering is retail therapy for free.
So hold on. Where is the hub? Let people know. Where's the hub?
It's based in Brixton Village, so it's in an iconic space as it is.
Yeah.
As we've got one of the prime locations in the village.
Yeah. So you're in. So let's be honest, right? Brixton Village historically was the local community planting African material, Caribbean food shops, music blaring, independent businesses underneath the arches.
Yes.
What does Brixton Village look like now in 2021?
So you still got that, and then you've got the higher end. You've got the new food chains, etc., etc. So you have got that element of gentrification, but you haven't lost the culture completely. So in front of us, you still got those traditional greengrocers. We've got the fishmongers, our greengrocers, next door neighbors, etc. We've got the aunties next door selling the barrels and spices, all of those things that make Brixton what it is, and we're in between all of that, and that's massive for representation. So I'm from Brixton, I'm born and raised. My family been there for 70 odd years in the middle of Brixton since they come from Ireland. So I've really witnessed the changes. So I'm always mindful, and Moosa the same, of not losing that element and making sure we hold steadfast to it. For the young people, for them to actually look at us and say, okay, these guys are really holding it down for the community. You can't be pressured into losing your identity, and also supporting what's around you and making the most of that. So you've probably seen, if you've seen any of our social media, we recently was on TRT World, which is the Turkish TV. We made sure to include those elements of the market, because that's what makes Resole what it is also. Those people, that's where we come from. That's our community, regardless of anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's massive for us.
Phenomenal. So if you look at homelessness and the income generated through homelessness from organizations, I'm seeing like phenomenal amounts being drawn down and generated through bids, through charity, through fundraising, through commissioning, tens and tens of millions, hundreds of millions, some organizations. But I don't see those organizations in the communities where you work. So, we'll post up the video of your outreach program, because if the one I'm referring to, I remember, you put in near fresh Air Force Ones on homeless people, and they're giving you a fist bump and you're making them smile, right? So when you're out there doing the outreach and really, on the ground at the coalface, are you seeing other big charities out there? Let's be honest. We don't need to dilute it, but we don't need to name anyone.
Yeah. Go for it, Moosa, and I'll touch on it after.
You're lagging slightly there. Do you want to come in, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, we don't per se see big organizations on outreaches, but we have big organizations using our services to request shoes. So yeah, it is interesting, because you've got some of these organizations who are turning over multi-million pounds, who support young people in hostels, etc., regularly ask us for donations. So as you know, we only became a CIC a year ago. We were operating basically off of our own backs for close to a year, just over a year or something. And Moosa was doing that for 6 months previously by himself. So when you see this stuff and you start to understand the dynamics of charity and how it actually works behind the scenes, it can be disheartening for organizations like us starting out, because you start to realize, like, wow, how is a multi-million pound organization turning over XYZ not have access to footwear for service users? But we're not even a medium-sized organization when you come to think of it. We're very small. There's about 6 of us on the team. So yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. It's very, very interesting.
So what? Because one of the things that we were talking about today is the disproportionality around BAME-led organisations, and you're a perfect example. Based in Brixton, born and bred Brixton, know the communities, know the diversity. Clearly, there's a long history of relationships between the Caribbean and the Irish community. So you've seen the changes and you've seen how these things. But what's your position on local organisations now being able to deliver on these programs? Because it's not unknown that places like Peckham, Brixton, whether it be Birmingham in Handsworth and other areas, and Bristol, St Paul's and Moss Side, all these hotspot areas across the country historically, that still local providers aren't getting the lion's share of the resources in order for them to deliver the work, right? And if we're seeing it not just in, reducing youth violence, or we're not seeing it in desistance, but we're also seeing it in homelessness. How can you be supported as an organisation? I mean, you're in Brixton Village, you're local people, you're definitely on the ground, your work is out there, your receipts are out there online. How can you be supported? What are your challenges?
I think our challenges is for like most organisations that grow out of grassroots is the capacity building part. So whereas we're talking about these massive organisations, they can put out a call tomorrow for a fundraising officer and they've got the money to back that role. Whether it's fundraising, whether it's someone, an operations manager, things that are massively important starting out for small organizations, we don't generally have access to it in our communities. Or if we do, we have a mentality of people who have those skills, I need to get out the hood. So you're gone and you're not coming back to offer those skills again. Do you get what I mean? So you have that as well. I think something else is we like to share though is the success of Resole for young people to look at and see, this is a business, we're a CIC, we're not a charity. So we're able to operate and pay ourselves a wage in XYZ, and then all of our profits go back to you. So we have that accountability. But for us, it is capacity building is the biggest thing. I honestly do, knowing, okay, we've got this 12 months ahead of us. If we're successful, what do we do next?
Yeah,
because a lot of us had our ups and downs. We can bump off the failures and build again. But what if we're successful? That's the scary part for a lot of us, I think. What's the ceiling? If we're setting it here, but really it should be here, who helps us bridge that? I think that's a massive thing for us.
And it's interesting. I'm going to speak on this later on. That's one of the conversations we're having with the NYA, where and Leigh mentioned it earlier at the start of the conference, that there's this ceiling that gets hit all the time. Because your work is scaled. You don't just work in London, right? Where else do you do outreach?
Manchester. We send stuff all over the country, really.
There you go. So
in West Africa.
Yeah.
6 weeks ago, because we sent stuff out to the Gambia and things like that. We were going to go to Uganda, Kenya, and do targeted outreach there, but due to Corona, etc., we've had to put that on hold at the moment.
That's phenomenal. So you're also working nationally and internationally in a small team. So tell me about this, because that's the homelessness element. But tell me about because you were talking about the income generation, your relationship with VAMP.
Yeah. So VAMP is an upmarket sneaker cleaning service. So it's just a young man from Brixton, 22 years of age, business owner, entrepreneur, a great role model for young people. So we've come together and we're trying to create a program called Revamp. So it will give young people a chance to have a pathway into the sneaker industry through sneaker cleaning services. So we want to do a theory-based part, the history of sneakers, the impact on the environment, how it started, just the whole sneaker thing when it changed from sportswear to lifestyle, how people use media campaigns to target certain communities, give people actual knowledge of how the industry works, do a practical element with VAMP. He's got top of the range sneaker cleaning equipment. He's got stuff no one else in the country has. You're going to walk away there with a business plan, how to do VAT, how to start a CIC, how to do your corporate tax, all of these things you're going to walk away from. So that's what we want to do, is sell these services to local authorities and things like offering young people a pathway into something they actually enjoy. It's a growth industry. It's $1 billion industry. That's what the sneaker industry is. It's quintessentially, that's what it is. let's never forget it. The space we're working in is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yeah.
And that brand accountability has to start somewhere, right? So this is what we're trying to do, is show the pathways in so young people have more control over the campaigns that are targeted directly at them. Because you'll see Jay Huss on a billboard in Brixton with his hood up in a Puma and like Adidas tracksuit, but let a young black person walk into JD with their hood up, they're going to be refused entry. You see the disparity in the two things.
I hear that. Funny enough, I saw Harry Redknapp. Harry Redknapp's on the buses, and you've got Harry Redknapp, and you've got all these kind of like influencers. So what they clearly do now is marketing to different communities.
Yeah.
So although young people being the highest consumers of latest footwear, yet they're not visible in anywhere beyond the advertising. Is that what we're saying? So they're not benefiting from it. They're not opening the stores. They haven't got the resources to flip the trainers. And for those who don't know, can you explain what flipping trainers is? Not flipping trainers as in the swear, but this whole industry.
Anyone saw the scandal recently with the Nike executive whose son was using her company account to buy multiple thousands pairs of Nike and then reselling them on at a profit. So this is also a billion-dollar industry. So you have a couple of young brothers from South London recently got some buy-in from a major company to do a watch and trainer reselling site. So these are things like we're saying, the pathways in is usually when people are talking about fashion, you're talking about young people of color. Is usually you're either modeling,
yeah,
or you're being part of the consumer cycle, or they're sending you packages to promote. So people also need to understand with the seeding thing, you're promoting these businesses to thousands of your followers while not getting paid. You're just getting product that costs pennies to make. So you're also being used in that regard. So you could be a young person of color, you've got 150,000 followers, and you're getting a package from a big brand every month. What does that mean, really and truly? It's just materials. So we want to show the young people that you need to be paid for your skills along the road. Do you know what I mean? Even for us, that's what you have to understand. All of this industry, what is taken from you, you need to be able to take back and affect change at the highest level. So that's what we're trying to just create, is that bridge between the brands and young people, hold them to account, take people into positions, let them shadow your business managers, your area managers, all of these things to get an insight into these industries.
I hear you. So the corporate No, listen, we're in an online world now. I've had people speaking to me on their sofa on a live, right? So the rules have changed forever. And we were saying this, interestingly enough, about the concept now of dark kitchens and people just cooking from home and putting themselves on Uber Eats or not even putting themselves on Uber Eats, that you've got to collect your seafood boil from a car park in somewhere on a Friday night. They're only open. And a lot of it is out of struggle, but a lot of it is also innovation. So from a perspective of your engagement with the bigger brands, are they listening to you? Are you talking to the bigger brands out there at the moment? And are they receiving your mission?
So we're talking to a few brands at the moment. It's easy for them to support with products, but we want to be supported with change as well. Product's easy.
Both change, right? Two types of change.
Yep, that's it. It's two types of change. You need the monetary one, and you need the actual real change. I think, and alongside what Kofi was saying earlier, is letting young people see past what they think the ceiling is. I think that's just massive. Everything people have been saying today, the equity across the board. So there's no point saying, we're going to make change at a lower level and your CEO or no one else is buying into it. So if we want change from Puma, Adidas, Nike, we want to be talking to people here. We don't want to be talking to your store managers. That's not a disrespect to them, but real change only comes from above. We know this. So until we have face-to-face meetings with certain people and stuff, we're never going to be satisfied. We're not coming to just shout and scream. We're just coming to make a disruption in the industry. That's what it's got to be. We have to disrupt those lines of what people think they are, those blurred lines where generally the young people we're representing, the communities we're coming from, they're not getting a look in, or if they do, it's only one or two through the door and then it closes behind. So you have a 50-man team and only two people are representative of the communities that you're in and targeting. That's not right in any world. Do you know what I mean? Same with our team is me, and you've got Moosa, and you've got the 4 ladies who are run our different services. So we've got a real diversity to what we do. Everyone's got their different skills. They come from different backgrounds, and we think that's just massive as well. Like having that diversity on your team. That's the change.
I hear that, and I noticed recently you're linking with the probation service, so trying to develop like resettlement packs, right?
Yeah.
Trying to so when people come out of the big house, they can come to Resole, get a pack. Yeah, you're the first point of contact, right?
Yeah.
Because recidivism is one of the things when you get that release payment, someone wants to get some new trainers, someone wants to get other things, a haircut, and all of a sudden they're in a new place. When they come to your hub now, they can get those things, and then maybe some information, advice, and guidance. Is that right?
That's the essence of it. So generally, we work with a lot of probation users, whether it is working poor, or homeless, whether it's young people. Loads of contact with probation. So it came about naturally. It just developed organically, that relationship. But it is going to be the first port of call. What we're aiming to be is you can come out, you can get a fresh outfit, your fresh shoes, vouchers for a week shopping, a month's worth of travel, stuff.
Wow.
Going to make a real difference immediately. We're not saying that's going to stop people reoffending, but we're hoping, like, I've been in the prison system. Moosa's been in the prison system. One of our ladies who runs our programs, Leigh, has been in the prison system. It's from lived experience where we're trying to develop these things from. It's not just a fairy tale. We know these things work. Most of us will tell you the first time we done anything illegal was to get shoes and an outfit to go raving, to do what it was for materialistic gains. It's the reality. So I'm thinking having those people come, and the people you're meeting also have an understanding of why you need these things. It's no judgment. Or you could bring a friend, and when you sit down in a hub, you're not going to think you're in a charity shop.
Yeah.
You look better than most retail stores, is a fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen your space. It's phenomenal.
It's real retail therapy without a payment. That's what the hub is about in itself. So yeah, that relationship with probation, we're gonna grow that this year.
So, I mean, I'm still on the pulse in terms of footwear fashion.
Yeah.
But let's go to the young man in the room, the youngest man in the room, Aaron. What is it? Is there pressure to have, can you get away with a pair of no-name trainers anymore?
I'm just chugging things over as he's talking, and he's hitting home, because it's like his experiences when he was younger, yours and Moosa's experiences when you were younger, has shaped you to run a charity, a business, based on your experiences of what happened. But now it's like people are literally spending their last 300, 400 pounds on a pair of trainers to maybe impress an individual, or to take a picture on social media and post it, and then that's it. And they sometimes return the trainers, and it's just crazy. I'm just gauging the difference in mindset. I don't know if it's a generational thing. It might just be the individuals, but it's just crazy to see and compare. And you do feel the pressure. You do feel, if you're on social media right now, and you're not putting out the best you will get ridiculed for it. Do you know what I mean? But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to spend 400 pounds on a pair of trainers to look the best. But you do feel the pressure. You do feel the pressure for sure.
What's the best you though, Aaron? That's my point. Is with young people, well, you have to develop in what is the best you. Is the best you what you think people want to see?
Yeah.
What is the best you? Is you happy mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, financially? All of these things. That's real.
That's what I think. That's what I think is the best.
I mean,
yeah, that is the best you. The best you is you living authentically. I don't know how people sleep at night, knowing that what you've put out isn't the authentic you. That's soul destroying more than anything else. And that's why I love what you guys are doing, because it's like, it's okay to have this. You don't have to have that. As in, like, the substance is a lot cool. Like, we need to make the uncool things cool. I don't know if that makes sense. You know, like you were talking about ownership and equity, and actually, instead of you promoting these brands for free, Dior isn't paying you to post their trainers, Gucci isn't paying you to post their trainers, but other things are a lot more valuable that you can actually carry on instead of, you know, 500 likes on your picture. So I think the authentic you is a lot more, well, for me personally, I'm talking for me personally, the authentic me, not necessarily just the social validation, that helps me sleep at night, man.
So welcome back, Moosa. So there's 5 elements I'm seeing to this. The homelessness element, working with the homeless, working with those who resettled back into the community. The corporate element, so the income generation through VAMP and those kind of works and the courses that you're developing.
Yeah.
You're probably doing about 5 things for me that I'm having solid outputs. So what are your challenges? Let's be honest, and let's be real about this, because one of the things that we equity is the word that we're all talking about, but an organization like yourselves clearly need 2-3 years worth of resources, because you're doing the work, your receipts are out there. Someone can turn up in Brixton Village in the middle of the day and say, I've got no shoes on, with no shoes on, and say, can I have some shoes? And you can go, there you are, right?
Yeah, literally on the spot.
and you're not giving them no upside down Puma or Adidas 4-stripe, or, you know, I'm seeing J's out there, I'm seeing Air Force Ones. You know, I'm not going to lie, I saw a few of them, I thought, you know, they can still work, right?
Well, listen, the majority of our stuff we have a stringent process. We don't just take anything. So no holes. The sole has to be in a good condition. It's basically, if you won't wear it, don't share it. And you know, our tagline is regenerating communities one sole at a time, because we know from the foot up, that's important. Do you get what I mean? If your foot's good sometimes and your shoes are fresh, it's like what Moosa was saying earlier, you can walk around with a smile on your face. Doesn't matter if you're homeless, whatever. It's a temporary release, but an innocent one. It's something that's just pure. Do you get what I mean?
Love it. And Moosa, what was that TV program that the team was on? The comedian
Russell Howard show.
Russell Howard, yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw you hand over a pair of Jordans to a woman. You was like, size 7, yeah, just make it, or something like that. But tell us some of the things you've seen out there in the field, you and Chris and the team, like some of the examples that you're bumping into, because I know you were doing something with some refugees recently, but generally just in local areas like Brixton and Peckham, and what are you seeing on the daily in terms of homelessness in a COVID era?
I feel like homelessness is very tricky, man, because I feel like we deal with different levels of homelessness, whether it's young people in hostels, or we're dealing with families that are in temporary accommodation, or we're dealing, like you said, with the refugees, unaccompanied minors. Everyone has a different story, you know what I mean? So you can meet an unaccompanied minor who's come from literally the other side of the world, and he's come, you know, on that journey for a better life, a better education, whatever it might be. And some of the trials that he's had to endure on that journey is second to none. You know, sometimes we're on the ends and we grow up in a certain type of neighborhood, and we think that we know toughness and we know challenges and trials. And really, when you hear some of the stories of what they've had to endure to get here, like even just crossing the sea is an unforgivable place, man. Unforgivable place, you know what I'm trying to say? So for man to be crossing seas and borderlines and sometimes having to go through countries that don't even have a stable government, you know what I mean? Just to get here. And I feel like, and then to get here and have nothing and have to start again, it's difficult, man. So to be greeted with a smile and something new, you know what I mean? I think it goes a long way. And that also can be said the same for homelessness, because every single one of us knows that feeling, man, when you put on those fresh pair of socks or fresh pair of trainers for the first time. You know that vibe, you know what I mean? You stand up a bit taller, you might tuck in your stomach a bit, you know what I'm saying? Make sure that everything's proper.
Keep the stomach out of it.
Nah, you know what I'm saying, Ray? Man, like us, we might have to tuck it in a little bit and just be like, okay.
I'm not going to say anymore.
Sure.
I'm not going to say anymore.
Yeah, you know, we're saying, is that what we're saying? Yeah.
I knew you were coming. I knew you were coming. I knew you were coming.
Yeah. Saying the Yeezy, you're moving with Kanye West for president.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, and I'm really trying to emphasize this even more than ever. How can people support your work? Like change and support, because I see your team quite, it's a young team. I know you haven't got a designated bid writer. I know you haven't got a designated operations manager. I know you got a designated. I mean, you, Chris, essentially on paper, you're the COOs, you're the senior leadership team, but you're at the stalls, you're on the table giving out trainers to the homeless, and that's a phenomenal thing. But what we're seeing is something that can scale across the country. How can people reach out to you and get involved?
Yeah, I think our socials, we're very active on the socials. So whether it's through the Instagram or the Facebook, our email, hopefully we can share that on here on the link. Just email the team. You'll get a response because we are active. We are trying to just create a working machine that works quite well within all different organizations of the business. Like you said, we're young, but we're growing. We're growing at a steady pace, and I feel like since we started, our trajectory's been, upwards, and we're doing a lot. But like you said, a lot of the time we know that these things ultimately fall down to finance and being able to sustain yourself and your team to continue to do the work that you do, and also do it in a way where you're comfortable. I feel like myself, being someone who's been in the community for a very long time, I've seen many community organizations doing great work, and I've seen them also fall to the wayside just because the financial stability hasn't been there. And I feel like it's always been also dependent on other people. So it's always been dependent on government funding and what money's available, and if they want to fund that particular cause that you might be.
Let's see if he comes back.
You two are like that ultimate wrestling team, the tag team thing. The ones back in the day.
I think that's what it is. For us to become, I don't know. I used to run a youth organization in Brixton a long time ago, and one minute we were running, and then change of government, and the next day we weren't running anymore. I know the importance of being self-sustainable as a charity, as a CIC, whatever, as a community organization. And I think that's what's always hampered our organizations in history, is that thing is you bring people on board that maybe don't have the same ideals as you, and then they become the mouthpiece and the focal point for your charity. You bring on a bunch of trustees that maybe don't have the same direction, and all of a sudden you're not running your core message has been lost in what your trustees want you to do, X, Y, Z. So I think it's bringing people on board that understand where you're going.
Yeah.
Two, they don't really have ulterior motives as well.
Yeah.
Just want to be able to work to succeed without having the exterior. And for me, being a white man in an organization like this, like I said, we've known each other for a long time, so we have a different footing. But sometimes you will have people who come in. I have a problem with the whole BAME thing as it goes. I think people should be represented as they are, if you're black, you're Asian, etc., because it leaves a lot of things to be desired. Like you said, some people economically are here, others are here. How is that an equal footing when you're grouping people together, X, Y, Z? That's a whole nother discussion, another day. But organizations that are black-led sometimes become reliant on external mouthpieces that don't represent them, whether that be in the color of their skin, their ideals, etc. And I think that's what people need to be aware of, especially young organizations like us, which is why we're trying to take our time with where we take support on, who we take support from. That's where we're at now, man. But I see some people, how can we get involved? Like the admin email is there.
Yeah.
Whatever you think you can contribute, and how we can work and support young people, and whether it's with refugees, unaccompanied minors, whatever it is, then we'd like to hear, man. Even advice, generally speaking, what you've heard from us today, any advice, we're always grateful, always.
Wicked. I'm going to put up your one of your links to your campaigns on there. And I know there's people who are already saying that, you know, they'd like to connect with you around some campaigns. But this is a really interesting question from Abby, and Abby's team, Equal Equity. Is there a need to support skills for sustainability across CRCs and charities? Or is it a need to change funders' understanding of their work? And I think it's a bit of both. But to speak to that, you know, the YEF have stuck their neck out and are releasing some resources for BAME-led organisations. So I think there's definitely an appetite for the latter. So 2021, you were a homeless program, and we're going to wrap up here, but you were a homeless program that had its challenges, but then COVID hit. How did you continue the work?
For us, COVID, this would be weird, but COVID was such a growth period for us that it kind of gave us a more of an insight into the impact we can have. And it allowed us to be more targeted, believe it or not, because so many homeless were in hotels and hostels. It allowed us to go there and deliver. So we'd have, I believe you've probably seen the video, Ray, before when we had the guys coming on the chair that summer last year. 200 people or something at a hotel, everyone took a seat, and we just made a day of it, just engaging with people and things like that. But it made the work so much easier being targeted, whereas before we were just out driving, doing detached outreach as such, where you'd find a man walking down East London on Mile End Road. We found a guy like 12 o'clock at night with no shoes on in middle of the night with rain, and he's just like, yeah, I just don't have shoes. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy, man.
And London's a different animal, isn't it? I mean, I'm doing some work at Horizon Youth Centre where I think John Snow's the patron there, and they focus on homelessness. But when I went there, you know, the young people look like visibly, externally, like they were functioning. And then someone was saying to me, look, that young person over there, he works 30 hours at a burger chain, but that can't make his rent. So he couch surfs, and that one over there, they come in here for their breakfast because they can afford their dinner, but they can't afford breakfast. It's either or. So as Moosa said, it's complex. I want to welcome Moosa back, and I want you to go. And I was just saying, Moosa, that you and Chris are like the perfect tag team wrestlers. You know, back in the day, when the connection goes, a man jumps in. But so what's the future? What's the future for Resole CIC, God willing?
I think the future for us is to kind of be a bit more sustainable on our own terms, rather than being too dependent on whether the government go this way or go that way, and to really also embrace the community that we're a part of, which is the sneaker community, which we are a part of. You know, we saw recently we won the awards for the Drop of the Year awards for the most the biggest contributor to the sneaker industry last year in the UK. And I feel like we just want to solidify our relationship with the sneaker community, and to also be a part of that growth, because it's a $1 billion industry, the sneaker industry. And I feel even though we're at the other end of that, which we're using sneakers to engage young people and homelessness, and to make an impact in our community, and to talk about the impact that fast fashion is having on the planet, and how we want to affect that, and also educate the next future generations and as consumers to be more aware of the products that they're buying, and not just about style, but also efficiency in terms of what impact does that product have. Because we're talking about sneakers taking up to 100 years to dissolve in landfills, and if we're all having a minimum of 10 pairs of sneakers in our yards, we're looking at 1,000 years, you know, between one person and the collection that he has. So we want the consumers to enjoy fashion, be more have more knowledge and understanding of its impact on us as a community, like just as, you know, the things that we tend to do for it, like I say, being involved in gangs and stuff like that, and breaking all types of rules for the end of the day, to just end up being a consumer, to have an understanding of that impact, and to also have an impact of what it does to the planet, and also how it can be a means of giving back and changing a person's life. So for us also working abroad, I don't know if Chris has touched on that, like in the Caribbean and in Africa, and also giving shoes back and trainers back, you know, these same products and brands that some of the biggest ambassadors for these brands, whether it be the Caribbean or Africa or South America, are the Black community. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you see a new product being released, seeing new ambassadors, a lot of the time you find, people from the black community are at the head of these brands in terms of being ambassadors, but we know the ownership and also having the ability to actually give back through these brands is always limited. So I feel like Resole just wants to hold people accountable within the sneaker industry in terms of what are you doing to give back to the countries that you have ambassadors from who represent your brand very well, and also what are you doing to give back in terms of the communities that we see are struggling to buy your products but buy at an alarming rate. Because I think there's a statistic out there that Black America spent over $3 billion on Jordans within a year. So these are the type of questions we need to be understand and know. You know what I mean? Like, how are we spending over a 3-year period $3 billion on footwear? What are we doing? Why is it that? And then at the same time, just being able to understand that some of these adverts are targeted at young children who can't even get a job. You know what I mean? Big campaigns are being put forward, and we just want to hold people accountable and also hold ourselves accountable by not allowing ourselves to go under, because we're not forward thinking. We're not, in the space of being sustainable and being able to have a product. And that's why Resole, as much as it's a company and a non-profit organization that gives back, but we also want to be a brand that you can trust. And whenever you see our shoe print stamp on something, you know what we stand for. We stand for recycle, reuse, you know what I'm saying? And we give back. So yeah, man, we just want to hold ourselves accountable as much as we hold everyone else, and just have that accountability, especially for me in this sneaker industry, because like I said, the amount of things that a lot of us done as young people growing up to get these sneakers, when you grow up and you look back at it, it's so silly. But when you're living in that moment, can't no one tell you any different.
Brothers, that's amazing, phenomenal. I'm gonna wrap it up there. People post-COVID, in terms of moving around, if you get a chance and it's safe, go down there and visit them at Brixton Village. And if you can't get down there, support them online. If you really want to get into the work, contact them. If you can, and not just supporting them financially, obviously, but also capacity building, bid writing, volunteering, all the things that keep organizations sustainable. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Peace. Have a blessed one, and congratulations, guys.
No problem, guys.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Nice one.
Loved it. How'd you find that, Aaron?
Yeah, it was good, man. It was good. Big insight. Like I said, this isn't accessible information, that you can just get. So hearing it from the source itself, very helpful.
Excellent. I'm gonna hand over to Milka now,
Okay.
and add it to the stream. Milk, welcome back.
Thank you. I was really listening in. I'm just feeling really inspired by Resole and the work they're doing as well. So yeah,
Excellent.
I'm feeling quite, just really inspired around the work, especially around homelessness, at-risk youth, all the stuff that I guess we're all passionate about.
Yeah, it was solid. I'm going to hand over to you now to give your segment.
Yep.
Peace.
Thank you, everyone. We're just going to have a quick look at the journey so far in terms of equal equity, and yeah, where we have been and where we're going as well. I'll start off. Perfect, thank you. So just in terms of reflecting on the journey so far, there's been so much happening around racial justice in the last year. Again, George Floyd being a moment. Some people say that moment was more of an uprising that occurred in terms of racial justice. We probably would say it was more of a tipping point. So thinking about an event that takes or shapes something in a different way. So lots of tipping points happen in different contexts, but I think for racial justice, our conversations were that this was a massive moment, not only in the USA, Minnesota, and all the other states in the USA, but also here in the UK. You know, people were protesting from Japan to Kenya to even some other places around the world. So it's really important to understand what was it about that moment, but also how has organizations, individuals been able to do the work following from that moment, but also our work goes back, you know, over 20 years of groundwork. So it wasn't necessarily that we only started working around racial justice after George Floyd, but that was when Equal Equity as a brand, as a project, working in partnership with the National Youth Agency was developed and was born. But firstly, I would like to start off with just a quote, and I think it's just really important to just go through what we mean. So not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And that's James Baldwin. So what we mean is sometimes the conversations around race were not necessarily prominent. They weren't necessarily in the kind of the forefront of people's minds. And what happened last year in May was actually the George Floyd moment, or the George Floyd incident, critical incident, allowed people to have those conversations. Whereas before, you know, we've had so many guests today speaking about what it means as a person of color to challenge an organization or a system and really voice our concerns around racial inequality. So an example was by Taz Lateef, where she was saying that she actually was released from her employment, so she wasn't allowed to continue because of her constant challenge in terms of racial justice and racial inequality. And this is not a one case example. This happens, you know, to so many people, and we've heard that in some of our conversations when we were doing some of the listening conversations with people and youth workers of color on the ground. So we can't change something if we do not face it. And that's what we've been doing at Equal Equity, really having those conversations that are difficult, and also creating spaces. And what I mean by creating spaces is we have been having a space, we called it the thinking spaces, where, you know, across the UK, specifically Birmingham, Sheffield, London, we gathered lots of youth workers, different kind of levels of youth work. Some of them were in youth work for 30 years. Some of them have just joined the youth sector. And it was a conversation around, one, how are you doing? How is everything going for you? Two, just to kind of listen to their experience within their sector. And also, number three, really listening to what they think would help in terms of the inequality in youth, in the youth sector and society as a whole. We have had so many different types of conversations with individuals, as well as meetings as well with lots of different people. And sometimes it's just a conversation around, could you give us a bit of advice? Sometimes it's more around, you know, we're thinking of conducting research. Could you give us your insight in terms of making the practice or the research actual element of it more equitable? So we've had all these conversations online, and it's hard to quantify those, but we have been having those conversations throughout the time. We have delivered 10 online events, so including 5 of them were actually around racial, so were around Black History Month. We called it Black Futures Month because a lot of the time what we see is it's kind of, you know, the same narrative. It's all around civil rights movements, all valid, all really important, but also there was something missing around how do we think forward, how do we plan the future, how do we speak about something from a solution focused perspective, and that's what we did in terms of the Black Future Month events. You know, we had amazing guest speakers that came in, really gave us a lot of insight into different sectors and different ways of thinking about you know, building an equitable youth sector and society as a whole. Some of them were around deconstructing the term BAME. I know sometimes, actually today we might have said the word BAME, but we've all agreed that we don't necessarily, you know, agree with the term, and for lots of different reasons. Dr. Martin Glynn was actually on one of those conversations where he really deconstructed the term BAME and what it means, and that was great. So yeah, all the events that we've done so far are actually readily available on the NYA website under Equal Equity. And we also delivered some sessions around International Women's Day recently, also International Day of the Girls last year in October, International Peace Day. So we have been doing lots of online engagement, as well as we've got a few things coming up. So we've got 2 podcasts that will be released, practice paper and a final report that is all, soon to be released. And this is just a little bit around what we mean when we talk about racial equity and racism. Again, there's so many different ways of speaking about racism, so many different layers and angles we can go, but this is just a nice visual. And looking at some of the example values, beliefs, assumptions, if those values, beliefs, assumptions are not necessarily helpful, or are hold views, this can go down in terms of discrimination, prejudice, and stereotyping, and that all of that kind of perpetuates or continues a cycle of racism. But if the kind of the values, beliefs, and assumptions within an organization are, really around having access to knowledge, having access to information, and being able to expose people of color, then that is what we would probably call racial equity. And the same as on the other side around attitudes, behaviors, and practices. If these are, if they incorporate fairness, if they incorporate equal access and equal treatment, then we can say that that is racial, building a racially equitable organization or society. Whereas if there's positions where people are not having the same treatment, limited access, disparities, that's where we would speak about racism and systemic racism. An example would be things like school exclusion. We've seen The Guardian recently around, if you're Black and you're from Caribbean descent, you're 5 times more likely to be excluded. Again, similar statistics around if you're Black and African. And ultimately, the conversation was around actually most young Black children are most likely to be excluded. And lots of conversations have come up from that. But again, for anyone that works in the youth sector, it's not necessarily a surprise. And it's, Lateef, Taz was saying that she was in an education sector, and actually she left that because of all the issues there. So there's so many conversations that are being had around how do we create an equitable sector and society? How do we become racially, incorporate racial equity? And there's so much came out from the thinking spaces that we delivered. And, just to kind of summarize and maybe highlight a few points from them, a lot of the conversations were around access to resources. So when we speak about access to resources, we're speaking about potentially access to funding, potentially access to a JNC qualification for a youth worker, and also what that means. It's really important to think about what resources are needed for someone to probably elevate to a leadership position, what resources are required for a small grassroots organization to become a CIC. And all these things that may potentially be barriers. And knowledge equity was something that came up really often. The conversation around, how do we access information? Where is this information? How do we know where these things are to be able to have access to these things that are important for personal, professional development, and for a chance to actually acquire some funds to continue work that's being had. Accessibility to language. This was mostly a conversation around, some people have been in the youth sector for 20 years, but there's some things that are, the way a document is written for a policy or a funding document, they just couldn't really get their heads around it. And there was a lot of conversation around language not necessarily being something that people could access. And this came up with the conversations with people of color and youth workers in the sector. Also, again, we know this, access to leadership and positions of policy. And there was lots of conversation around how do we there's a ceiling right there, and the conversations that came out was, if you're a Black youth worker, you don't even get to see the ceiling, whereas maybe if you're an Asian youth worker, you might see the ceiling, but you still never actually reach it. So it's the different kind of layers of where people are at, depending on their on their demographic or ethnicity as well. Cultural competency. I know this is a buzzword that's been thrown around, but something that came up was, how do we capture outcomes and data? And this is something that has come up consistently with grassroots organizations and people of color that are youth workers and frontline workers. They do the great work, but an organization will say, you need to show us impact, you need to show us outcome, you need to show us figures and numbers of how you've been able to work with X amount of young people. But what we're finding is sometimes the way that things are captured to the way things are actually captured, the data are not always accessible for people of color. And that's a conversation that again came out from our conversations in the thinking spaces. How do we make capturing data culturally competent? And one more thing that was said was around, for example, in prisons, you have the independent monitoring board. Those are the people that come in, they're volunteers, they're not paid, they're independent, and they would have conversations with people in prison to find out how fair is the prison, how are there, does a prison take into account complaints processes, what happens, and all those things. This was more a conversation of, how do we incorporate something that's independent, someone that is independent, where they can come into organizations and do an audit. So if you're in childcare, you have Ofsted that will come and do your Ofsted, check-ins. You've got the similar with health and social care. What the conversations were is that actually within the youth sector, how do we create something where people or organizations can have an audit around how racially equitable is your organization? Are you providing enough support for youth workers of color, Black youth workers? Are you not only recruiting, but are you maintaining your staff levels? Is there a development plan for the staff that are on board? And lots of conversations around how that can also be done. And some reflections. I think so much came up in those conversations and came up in the last 9 months, 6 months of doing this work. And one thing that was consistent, whether it was an online event, a thinking space where people are allowed to share their experiences, or any kind of conversations, as consultations or meetings, everyone has said that there was a value being added. There was a value in terms of they picked up something, that they learned something, and there was definitely a sense of feeling that people gained value from the work that we've been doing at Equal Equity and NYA, and also value being something not only that we've added, but also people have felt valued in terms of being listened to, have felt valued because they can be in spaces where they can articulate their experiences, or they can be in a position where potentially they can influence change. So there was a sense of adding value, but also being valued that came about. And we created safe spaces, but also we created brave spaces in the thinking spaces. Lots of people shared so much, just so much around their own personal trauma, racial trauma specifically, their own experiences of racism. And everybody in the room could hold that space because we all had a common experience in one way or another. And that was a really important space. And I think what people have said from those conversations is how refreshing it is to come into a space where they don't have to code switch. So they don't have to change their language, their way of being, they could just be themselves. They could be their authentic selves. And that was something that was really powerful. A safe space, but also a brave space to just own their truth and have a conversation around being a Black or person of color in youth work and what that meant to them. And that was really important, but also a space where they could share their views, their recommendations, and that would all be captured. And that was one of the reflections. And I think more around sharing. There was a lot of sharing of experiences, knowledge, and all of these things are really important if we're speaking about building something that is going to continue. And if we're creating spaces, we're talking about capacity building, youth workers of color, we're speaking about capacity building into leadership positions, into policy and into management positions. There was lots of sharing that was going on around skills, knowledge, but also personal experiences in all of the sessions, whether it was an online session or, and we've seen that today, we've had people being really honest about their experiences, their journey into their work right now. And that's been really good to hear. And, for example, Resole speaking about their journey into and what that meant. There was a personal story behind the brand and what that meant to them. And their grassroots, they're doing the community work. So there's so many layers around, our journeys and the importance of our journeys and the sharing that goes in those journeys as well. Overall, there was something about creating a space where people could heal. And I'm not saying that from a psychotherapy or a therapeutic perspective in that sense, but also having a room full of people that looked similar, and again, different backgrounds, but there was a shared commonality around, maybe oppression, feeling like they're experiencing racial inequality. Creating that space alone, there was a sense of healing that occurred. It was a therapeutic space, and that was really powerful to see. And overall, everyone that we have come into contact, whether they were Black, Asian, white, all had this kind of belly, the fire in their belly around racial justice, racial equity, and they were all wanting or already doing the work around racial inequality and being consistent with that. And that's why we're here. We're here to have a conversation around, some people are doing amazing work. They are not even some, lots of people are doing amazing work nationally. And how do we create, we're not reinventing the wheel at Equal Equity. We're not reinventing the wheel at NYA. We are creating something that is just bringing people together and actually building. And that's the most important thing. The last quote I would like to probably leave with is that, prejudice is a burden that confuses the past, threatens the future, and renders the present inaccessible. And to me, the most what jumps out for me, we're living in the present, so we're already there and we're experiencing these things. But if we're thinking from a solution-focused perspective, how do we build on the future? How do we create a society that, can be racially equitable, can talk about intersectionality, can think about people in all of their dimensions? And this came up earlier when with Leigh and having conversations around not making assumptions, and we all have on the privilege, power and privilege wheel that Taz was kindly sharing. We can be in positions of power in one space, but also positions of less power in another space, and understanding power in two different dimensions and different intersections of power and what that means. That was also really important. So yeah, I'm just reflecting on all the conversations and all the insight from today, and it's been really great to see that and hear that. But I think we're having a conversation around building, and as Leigh mentioned from NYA in the beginning, we talk about diversity as being how many people of color are in the room. We talk about feeling. We talk about inclusion being, I feel like I am part of this organization, or I feel like I am part of this sector, or I'm included in these conversations. But when we speak about equity, we're talking about building. How do we build? How do we build on the work that people have done already? How do we build on the work that is being done? How do we come together as a collective to really action and push for creating a sector that is equitable as well? Yeah, and I think there's been quite a lot around building just having a few technical difficulties. Just bear with me. Ray, we can't hear you. That's fine. We're just trying to find out. And I think, yeah, just in terms of while we wait for Ray, it's really important to really reflect on our own journeys. And we spoke a lot about allyship and what it means to be an ally. And you could be an ally to lots of different causes. It's really important to really look at all of those intersections of ourselves and how we can all be allies for different oppressions and different layers of ourselves. And the conversation was around, how do we build from all the work that we've done so far? We spoke about the work that Equal Equity has been doing. How do we build on that? How do we create something that would capacity build? And this is something that we have said. How do we build on something that we can all contribute? And I think there was a point that was made around, if we don't do anything, are we, whether we do something or we don't do something, there's an element of we can still affect equity, and we are all in positions where we can contribute one way or another, that whether that's in your spaces, whether that's in your organizations, there is definitely something that we can do in every sector and every walks of life. But we have Ray just going on to the future element of what we're building and what that looks like.
Can you see me and hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, we're all good. We can hear you. We can see you.
So before I bring everybody in, just to recap and just to kind of go back slightly, this is exactly how we're setting up our store. So the racial justice pathway around youth work is around these elements. Capturing counter narratives. So what is the real story on the ground? What are the experiences of Black and Brown and Asian practitioners? We've heard that. But also alongside that now, building the tribe. When we talk about tribe, Seth Godin talks about, well, who are the people out there who get it? Sometimes you've got to work with those who get it and stop trying to convince those who don't. And if you look at some of the issues throughout society, whether it be DV, whether it be gender issues, whether it be issues around newly arrived communities, historically, not everybody got it. And I think sometimes we have to put our energy into working with our tribe and letting other people catch up, not constantly trying to convince them if you know it's the truth. And if you look at throughout history, social justice, the suffragettes weren't waiting for permission. Malcolm wasn't waiting for permission. Yeah. The young lady, Greta Thunberg, she's not waiting for permission. So there's something about building your tribe and working off that. And then to speak to what you said, Milk, about solution focus, that's what it's about. What are the solutions? So brave spaces, a word that we're running with, not just safe spaces, brave spaces, and they really have been brave. Primarily by the BAME workers, but also when I've engaged with non-Black and Asian workers, and we've had conversations, private conversations, sharing their challenges as a person who's outside of the culture, but believe in the struggle. So that situation there. The second third is the cascade co-producing capacity build. So how did we get that message out there? Well, we were all of us were forced to go online, but truthfully, anything that we did could have been replicated in spaces. But I really believe that we excelled in our online messaging. But as you know, youth work and delivery is historically is a face-to-face thing, but still the key thing, even looking at today, how people have tuned in and interacted, that online messaging is as important as ever. We have to be reminded that without the online message, we would not have seen what happened to George Floyd. Remember that. So our engagement has looked something like this across the country. Obviously, London being a major city, primarily coming from London, but we've also reached out to the northwest, small towns in the northeast. You know, these towns that are outside of, 20 miles away from Bradford. That, speaking to youth workers that have 2 part-time youth workers who are on 10 hours a week. So important to hear their voices, because naturally in the bigger cities, the Birmingham, the Manchesters, the Liverpools, the Londons, there's large cohorts of BAME workers, but those voices that we were heard and listening to out there, the day-to-day racism that they were experiencing, where parents are saying, I don't want you to work with, and using a derogatory term to them as youth workers. So we tried to get that balance, and I think we achieved that, because it would have been easy just to sit in Birmingham or sit in London or sit in places like Manchester, but ultimately we got out there. Going forward, this is the vision. So the future-proof incubator, exactly that. So we've got the network of practitioners now who get it. We've got people around the country who want to be involved. My DMs, my emails, constantly people coming forward and saying, from both BAME workers and non-BAME workers, how can we do something different? We're having conversations with Leigh, Abby, Milka, about the toolkit. What do we need a toolkit? Well, the question is, if I was asked you as a youth worker in 2021, if you were setting up a program around how to come to address the issues around racial justice, what would you use? Where's the industry standard? Some youth workers are able to do it based upon their skills and their knowledge, but not all are. The second thing, and this is not chronologically, by the way, this is just ideas. Some of the small BAME organizations, how about if we buddy them up with chief executives of bigger organizations? So almost like not a shadowing, but a buddying up, an advocacy type thing where they can help them grow, because this is what it's about. It's about growth and sustainability. The other element is what you see here. This capacity building has to have hard targets, helping people write bids that you, as some of you know, are, if you don't have those skill set to do them, then it's something that you'll scroll, and then people do not activate or do not even put their hat in the ring, even though they do the work. And how sad is that? The fact that they do the work. We saw some of the organizations today that are doing the work. Kofi's got young people behind him doing the work. You look at Resole team, their work, as we say, their receipts are out there, they're online, they're out there putting shoes on homeless people. But why aren't they being supported to grow? This is what the incubator is about. This is an interesting one, and I've seen, as I said, the Youth Endowment Fund be one of the first to come at this on a substantial level, ring fencing resources for BAME-led organizations. So when we keep saying BAME-led organizations, we're talking about not just the SLT or the line manager, the board, the chief exec, ring fencing resources, those organizations, in order for them to grow and be sustainable. There's so many things I could have, before I bring in the rest of the people for this last part of the session, there's so many things that we could have captured today, but this for me encapsulates what's needed. So racial equity means setting up shop, right? Whether it be in not just the youth sector, the banking sector, education, setting up shop in ways others in the sector aren't prepared to do, which is courageous, brave, so therefore needs racial intelligent leaders. And that's the challenge. Race intelligent leaders. Remember, we're in an era where critical race theory has been critiqued, unconscious bias has been critiqued. So where would the race intelligent leaders come from? And that's the challenge, I believe, for the youth sector and most other sectors as well. So what I'd like to do is bring some of the people back in. Everyone's fixing their hair and makeup as we speak. We've got, there's Leigh. Okay, cool. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me and see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Excellent. So I'm going to be handing it over to yourself, now. I mean, it's been a longer day, you know, in front of a screen, but I'm sure we're used to it by now. Is there any things that have jumped out for you today in the multiple conversations that we've had? Does anyone want to go?
Well, I thought it was very interesting what Ernest was saying, in that young people feel now that they need to do something different, which is for me, that's a great feeling, because I feel because what it's like is, if you're into spiritual stuff or the law of attraction, we're going into a different period for the world, and I can't underestimate how much change there's going to be with 5G and all that. And if they can feel that they need to do something different, it is really important that happens, because of the opportunities that's going to come along, but also because of the fact that you can't do things in the same way as you were maybe 10, 15 years ago or more. So it's really good to hear a young person saying that they realize they need to take charge and take control, because that's the first place from where things start from. And then you can apply the knowledge and everything else that all of us as a group with our charities can then help them to then go on and succeed.
Excellent. Anyone want to chime in?
I think I took away just so much, but one thing I took away from Kofi was the element of like Zoom, just sitting here thinking about how much, you know, Zoom is worth now, and understanding tech and everything that you were saying as well, Taz, around we're not represented in like different sectors, and tech being a massive industry going forward. Should we be encouraging more young people to join the tech industry, and how do we do that? How can we capacity build not only young people, but, you know, communities of color to really get involved in the tech industry? And because with that comes, you know, finance, and with finance comes a part of equity that we shouldn't really forget. Really, we need to talk about, if we're talking about equity, we need to talk about it from a financial perspective, as well as you know, a social and psychological and perspective as well.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with what Milka's saying, and just echoing what everyone else mentioned. It just reaffirms how much we need to invest in the next generation. They are the future. And if we put in the work now, it will prevent us from having problems in the future. We look at everything, and there's so many layers to it. I think about within my own community, in the South Asian community. I think about my dad with the Bangladesh independence. My family are originally from Bangladesh, and how much trauma he carries between the split of East Pakistan, then gaining independence, and how much generational trauma that brought, and how that has created even issues within himself that generation struggled to deal with. So I think the further forward we move into the future, the more we normalize healthcare, the more we normalize speaking about things like racism, it will prevent so much trauma in the next generation, and also be able to build the foundations for us to have a sustainable world ahead of us. And I think that's the key thing here. Like, the next generation are where it's at. And I feel old talking about youth work, being in my 30s, but knowing full well that we as an older generation as well, we have so much to learn from the youngers, like 100%.
You know, go ahead, Leigh.
Yeah, I think building on that, really, I mean, for me, it was just, there's so much to do. There's a lot to do, and a lot of urgency is needed in some respect. Young people are getting older every hour, every day. You know, their lives are ticking away, and the longer it takes people to make change, do things differently, you know, get the skills, get the support, for us to support youth organisations to gain the scale, the reach, the recognition, the impact that they need and deserve, because what they're doing is amazing. I mean, look, Resole, just an incredible project.
Yeah.
You know, but how do we take that kind of stuff and support other organisations to amplify? How do we give voices and audience space like this to other types of organisations? Because young people need it now more than ever. And post-pandemic, the impact of this crisis is going to be colossal and profound, and the largest we've seen in probably since World War II, if not, you know, ever. So for me, there's a real sense of urgency, but also it feels doable with the right time, with the right passion, and you know, with the right investment from all, you know, all of us involved. It feels like we can move the needle. It feels like we can make the change that we need to see. But we won't rest till it's done.
Excellent. I mean, you know, the systemic nature of all this word. I remember the rapper KRS once talking about the Ku Klux Klan, and he was saying his biggest fear isn't the person in the hood. It's the one who stitched the badges on the suit. It's the one who designed the suit. It's the one who accepts it at the dry cleaners. Yeah, because you can't buy them Ku Klux Klan suits from Asda or Walmart. So, and it was a powerful thing he was saying. And the thing about racism, we have to remind ourselves it's extremism. You know, we're talking about an extreme ideology. And there are some people who are hanging on tooth and nail for the status quo to remain the same, right? It's in their interest. And there are other people like, you know what, my ears are open. And there's other people like, no, I want change. So I think everybody pushing back. In the end, that person that was sewing the badges, they're going to be redundant. That person who was designing the suits, that's going to be redundant. But I know that sounds heavy, but you know, even when footballers are turning around and saying, black footballers are turning around and saying, I'm no longer kneeling. Why? Because I'm just kneeling. I don't see any change, right? So we've got to keep our ears open. Aaron, how have you found today, sir? I'm going to say the mandatory line to you. You're muted.
I'll say today was very eye-opening in the sense that I was able to take different things from different people. You know, the conversation I had with Kofi did resonate with me a lot, and it's for me to now take this as part of the youth and pass on this information. And as Leigh said, there is that sense of urgency, but at the same time, you still have to take a bit of time with it. But I feel a sense of responsibility on myself to sort of take certain steps to better people that are coming on this wave of things. So yeah, it was an amazing talk. I loved it.
Very good. Thank you. Milka, do you want to say any final parting comments? Anyone else?
Yeah, Taz, go for it.
I just wanted to, I'm probably showing my age here, but I'm team Android, right, on my phone. And I have there's a function on my phone that, and don't hate, I used to be an iPhone back in the day and I use a MacBook. So Apple warriors, please don't come for me. But there's a function on my phone that sends an option of like a joke every morning and a quote every morning. And today's quote, ironically, is from Bruce Lee. And it says, "The successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus." And it just reminded me of like how whenever I speak to people in workshops, they always say to me, "Oh yeah, but Taz, I'm just a white guy from X area, or I'm just a white woman, or I'm just a a young black woman from East London, and I don't feel like I have the ability to make change." But that quote just reminded me like everyone's capable of creating change, and it doesn't have to be some big grand gesture, some glamorous, it doesn't have to be a big glamorous event on stage or anything like that. It could be one conversation that makes change. And I think that's the biggest thing I've taken away from this is how the small incremental little baby steps that we take will ripple into the rest of the world. So just a reminder for anyone that's listening, like we don't have to be, I know Aaron earlier was saying, oh, I wouldn't consider myself a creative. And one of my friends who's a creative, he said, everyone has the ability to be creative. We just have to unlock it in the right way. And the same goes for being an advocate for change. Just keep taking the small steps. We're all capable of it. So.
And I think if Bruce Lee was to say that in 2021, he would have replaced man with person, right? But we're not going to argue with Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my heroes. Okay, Leigh, I'd like to thank you in the NYA for making and supporting this to the tilt and continue to support in the work. Aaron, you know what? You're a natural. You don't need to hear that from me anyway. Taz, thank you. Kofi, Milka. I think it's been a great conversation, but now we've got to continue with the work. And you know, the word of the year, as we know, is we've all got to show the receipts. And I'm just sitting here, Kofi, watching young people behind you. And it's like, do you remember those days when young people were behind you? and so the work's happening, right? And we love that. So everybody stay in touch, stay blessed, and stay safe. Thank you very much. Peace.
Thank you.
That's all.
Bye.